words by Nigeria's 16th president on the day of his inauguration exactly a year ago seemed to be the climax of a verdict that had been long awaited by a country whose economy, among many other sectors, hang in the balance.
Well, those words, ordinary as they seem, plus an unprecedented move to float the country's currency, the naira, have had an extraordinary effect on almost every sphere of intervention in the Tinubu administration. On this special program tonight, we look back at 1 year under President Tinubu, taking stock of his stewardship, and 25 years of Nigeria's unbroken democracy, highlighting both successes, failures, challenges and prospects as Nigeria rounds up the first quarter of unbroken democracy.
Hello and welcome. I'm Chamberlain Uso.
And I'm Maupe Ogun Yusuf.
And from Lagos, I'm Jeffrey Uzanga.
And I am Bukola Koka.
God.
Indeed, the reverberations of the president's statement were felt in every quarter, with an immediate increase in the price of fuel having a cascading effect on everything else. Nevertheless, 1 year down the line, the president thinks there's something to brag about. But really, is there?
Yes, indeed. And tonight, the jury is out with a verdict to assess whether or not Bola Tinubu, the president, has a lot to buga about his service to fatherland based on his renewed hope agenda. For context, buga means to just boast about what is done.
Indeed. In his agenda, he had promised to be guided by certain principles. And what are those principles? One after the other, let's look at them. To govern impartially, according to the Constitution and the rule of law. To defend the nation from terror and criminality. Remodel the economy for growth. Ensure inclusivity for women and youths. Champion credit culture to discourage corruption.
365 days down the line, how far has he done in delivering those very promises as made on inauguration day? In the next, say, 4 to 5 hours, we analyze with the help of experts and analysts just how the president has fared in the last 1 year. Welcome once again to our special broadcast of this very, very important occasion of the president's 1 year in office. It also marks the 25 years of unbroken democracy in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We call it the Fourth Republic.
Indeed. And it would be a good time, to go down memory lane and remember those promises that Mr. President made on this day, 29th May 2023, security, economy, taxation, meaningful development for the youth. But to take us properly down memory lane, let's have this report by our colleague and correspondent, Chris Elems.
Nigeria, a nation in search of hope. After 8 years of President Buhari's administration, the country was plagued by inflation, a struggling economy, and widespread poverty. The 2023 general election offered a chance for change. Inflation has hit an all-time high of 22%, the highest in 17 years. The naira exchanged for over 720 naira to a dollar in the parallel market, and petrol prices were above 180 naira per litre. These factors made living difficult for many.
Many people are dying. Everything are doing.
Enter Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the APC flag bearer, who promised economic growth and job creation, security enhancement, infrastructure development, education and healthcare improvement, agricultural transformation, anti-corruption drive, youth and women empowerment, as well as social welfare programs. Many Nigerians placed their faith in Tinubu despite the APC's 8-year tenure. His promises were enticing, but could he deliver?
I will serve you, serve Nigeria, and get my promise. Always, always. God bless you.
On May 29, 2023, President Tinubu took office and announced the removal of fuel subsidies.
The first subsidy is gone.
The consequences were dire. worsening living conditions for many Nigerians.
I think we're just still repeating what we did in the past. The budget is still where it is. If you look at the major investments of the budget, education, health, and then the works only got, I think, 13% of the budget. No economy grows that way. So for me, I've always told people it's going to get tougher, it's going to get harder. And that's because our expense supersedes our investment.
However, President Bola Tinubu has made progress in infrastructure development and energy supply. The flag off of the 700 kilometers Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road project and the energy transition plans are notable examples, including the signing of executive order to decentralize the national grid, giving states the power to generate their own energy. But there is so much more to be done.
What they should be doing now is they should concentrate on social infrastructure, because the social infrastructure is what is going to be the dividend of democracy to the masses. And the social infrastructure are things like agriculture, hospitals, schools, which can be funded through budgetary allocation. That is the short-term strategy that the government can use.
But government needs to be able to match some of its policies with action, and also understand that we cannot deal successfully with the energy sector issues without the broader economy. So government needs to ensure that the economy does move, because if you have power initially, it's going to be expensive. If people don't have jobs and you overtax people, it's going to be a problem. No one would pay, and electricity theft will be the order of the day. So there's need to ensure there's a balance in government policy and action. And you need to also consider the populace and economy as a whole.
Yet, corruption and governance challenges persist. The administration's performance has been under scrutiny, with many calling for more action.
Still, on the grey list. It means that the systems and controls that should guard against corruption, money laundering is deficient. So it's still a major issue, within Nigeria, because they feel that Nigeria is not doing enough. One of the reasons they gave was that when you look at the level of cases that have been prosecuted, is not actually sufficient for a country like Nigeria, where the high level of corruption, when you look at the report from Transparency International, is so really high. When you look at the politically exposed persons, high level of politicians that should be prosecuted, then you compare it to the level of corruption that's been investigated by Transparency International and all other organizations that are involved in that, is actually poor. So a lot more has to be done.
In the last year, there has been an increase in banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and other forms of insurgency, which the administration promised to tackle. The president's assent to the DICOM bill in 2023 has been viewed as a major step that must be implemented.
The bill you are talking encourages purchasing from Nigeria. So it saves us foreign exchange when you go outside to give job for other people. You do it here. You also earn foreign exchange when you sell, like they are doing to other countries.
Several other fronts, including education, healthcare, agriculture, youth and women empowerment, yearn for more attention, considering the gap created over the years. As Nigerians wait with bated breath, the question remains, will the renewed hope agenda inspire a better future, or life on a knife's edge? Chris Alems, Channels Television.
Welcome back. Indeed, so much to reflect on, considering the promises made by the administration on May 29, 2023. And indeed, where Nigeria was coming from just before then. It's a full package that we have for you today. 4 hours plus, 4 hours, 45 minutes. And you can also be part of it. It's not just going to be restricted to the studio alone. You can be part of it by commenting on our hashtag. We have a special hashtag dedicated to this program. It's 1 year of Tinubu. So you can start tweeting at us, posting at us already. Jeffrey.
Exactly. You can add to that hashtag May 29th. If that's the other one is too long for you, you can take the shorter route. May 29th, hashtag May 29th, or 1 year of Tinubu, exactly So we get to hear what you're thinking about the administration in the last 1 year. But also remember, it's been 25 years down the line since the democracy started in 1999. But hey, as Bukola said, there's a lot to talk about today on the program, reviewing the last year. And to get that started for us is our data analyst right here in our Lagos studio, Babajide Ogunsanwo. We're handing over to him now to walk us through this journey. Babajide.
Hello, Babajide.
Good evening, guys.
Good to see you.
It's happy, should we say, 25 years unbroken.
Unbroken democracy.
Yes, we'll probably find out what records have been broken based on the promises of the president last year, and we'll see clearly what records were not broken, what records were kept. It's important to exceptionally start with security, because security is really what everyone wants to talk about, everybody wants to be bothered about. And so it's important to look at three things. What exactly was the history? What did the president promise? Then it's important to then look at where are we currently, and then we look at the future. If we take a look at some of his promises, we've seen him talk about increasing security personnel based on what the Minister of Defense has said. That is one of the things that is happening. We've seen him also talk about improving the use of communication technology and aerial surveillance equipment. We see that big number in the budget that has allowed the president to continue with some of those things. Border monitoring and control, still a challenge. So we haven't really seen a lot going on in the last 1 year when we talk about improving borders and looking at what is going on around stopping non-immigrants from coming in. Creating anti-terrorist battalions, one of the promises of the president, that is still in the pipeline. We haven't seen much happen on that. We also haven't seen much happen on his promise of critical infrastructure protection plan for more than 200 million Nigerians. So we're looking at what will the next 12 months be. We've seen some reforms for the police. We've seen the negotiations and we've seen discussions again around state police. But one major area that the president said he was going to achieve was forest guard force. We're still hoping that we'll see more results when we talk about the personnel that will do a lot in minimizing a lot of insurgents that live in the forest. Again, let's not forget, economic assistance programs and defeating poverty was among the promises of the president, and we want to find out if that will happen. But look, apart from the past, we need to look at where we currently are. What is the global terrorism database talking about, and what is the situation? We know that Nigeria is improving on this rank. We were close to being the most terrorized country in Africa, but right now, based on the new ratings, we are down and we're improving. Position is fourth. However, the challenge we currently have is Burkina Faso is not only ranked as the most terrorized nation in Africa, it is currently the most terrorized nation in the world. And we see a lot of challenges, not just within Nigeria, along the West African corridor, along the Sahel region. We see a lot of challenges with countries being able to minimize the advance of insurgents. However, the good news on that is the president in the last 1 year has done a lot in growing his agenda on ECOWAS, trying to talk about how ECOWAS can play a bigger part, because the information is clear. If we can't minimize terrorism in Africa, we can't minimize terrorism in Nigeria, and crude oil security and indices clearly is a major trend. What we've seen is performances that have been discussed. We're looking at the big numbers that have been reported on crude oil security indices. We've seen freed hostages, 245 freed hostages. Within the last 1 year, 363 oil thieves have been killed. 1,276 oil boats destroyed. That's an average of three boats used for by oil thieves per day. Crude oil criminals arrested. 1,437 crude oil criminals arrested in the last 1 year, an average of 4 criminals arrested per day. 3,051 illegal dugout wells have been destroyed, and we clearly see that big number, 3,924 oil theft storage facilities that have been destroyed in the last 1 year. But beyond crude oil theft, we can look at what is happening in internal security, because the numbers, again, in the last 1 year are interesting. They allow us to focus on the achievements and the challenges on security. And if we take a look at those numbers on internal security, we see that number, 13, we are seeing more and more companies collaborating and showing expressing their interest to collaborate with the armed forces to produce domestic weapons, especially small and light weapons. We've seen more than 20 commanders of terrorists killed. That's an average of approximately 2 big names per month. Kidnapped victims rescued, more than 4,600 kidnapped victims have been rescued. More than 7,000 terrorists as well have been arrested. And that big frightening number, we see the amount of terrorists that have been killed within the last 1 year. 9,300 terrorists have been killed in the last 1 year. But above all of this, perhaps the biggest achievement is the amount and the efforts that have gone into getting illegal weapons off the arms of these terrorists. And so in the last 1 year, over 85,000 equipments, assorted weapons and ammunition have been recorded from these insurgents. So that is the situation we find ourselves today. We've looked at the promises, we've looked at what we are currently, but perhaps what is more important and what Nigerians are asking is, what does the future look like? What are the opportunities and what are the challenges? And if we take a look at what exactly is going on with regarding what families and what citizens are saying is the state of security within their region, here's what you find compared to where we were last year. In the Northwest, when families last year were asked, is security improving? In the Northwest, 41% of families said security is improving. That number has dipped to 37%. So families in the Northwest are saying security still is a challenge. Let's look at the North Central. 39% of those that were asked in the North Central if security was improving last year, 39% said yes. That number is still the same. So similar situation to where we were last year is what is happening in the North Central. In the Northeast, it's interesting because we see families saying security has significantly improved in the Northeast. 57% last year, now at 61%. 3 other regions are seeing good numbers. 52% of families said security was improving in the Southwest last year. That number has improved to 55%. South-South, 46% last year. 49% of families now say they feel more secured. And finally, in the Southeast, 47% of families last year said they feel secured. The military say they've been able to achieve a lot to minimize the threats of IPOB. 49% of families are also saying they feel secure. So in all, compared to last year, we have 4 regions in the green: the Northeast, the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast. Families living in this region say that compared to last year, they feel safer. Things seem the same in the North Central. The challenge the armed forces still has is in the Northwest. And the hope is that they will look at these numbers and be able to provide families more support with making sure they feel confident about their future. But Bukola, before we leave, we need to look at some of the big statements that have been said today by the leader of the armed forces, the Chief of Defense Staff, telling us about what the future of security looks like, telling us that we all need to work for a united Nigeria and focus on those shared values and our diversity that remains our strength. And so, yes, the president has made promises. We've seen clearly he has kept to some of those promises, and some of those promises have not been kept. We've seen the current situation. Terrorists are being killed, but some families, especially families in the Northwest, say they need, and the government needs to do more. Though we've seen families in the North Central sharing the same sentiment that they had last year. However, families in the Southwest, in the South-South, in the Southeast, and believe that things have improved.
Thank you so much, Babajide. And you know what? Your data is somewhat reassuring, but it also reveals that there must be a lot of work to be done. For instance, in the area of crude oil theft, it shows that some effort is being invested, but when you look at the result in terms of our foreign reserves and the crude oil barrel per day production, there's still a lot more to be done. When you look at security, look at the effort that has gone there, but what has it translated to in terms of agriculture? There's still a lot more work to be done. But you make our job easier, Babajide. Thank you so much. Jeffrey.
As always, Babajide apps on his stuff right there. And of course, let's get that conversation started with our guest right here in our Lagos studio, as well as those that are joining us via Zoom. Right here in the Lagos studio, we have Mr. Alfred Ononugbo, is the CEO, Bell Protocol Security and Support Services. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Always my pleasure. Thank you.
We also have in the studio Mr. Karufi Garuba, is the CEO of App Securities. Mr. Garuba, thank you for coming.
I'm happy to be with you.
And joining us via Zoom is Dr. Victoria Como, the MD, Transworld Security Systems Limited, as well as Group Captain Shehu Sadiq, joining us via Zoom. Gentlemen and a lady, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Como, let's start with you. Let's start with you because they say ladies first. So let's just follow that trajectory. Babajide Ogunsowo has broken down some of the numbers in terms of how security plays out at different parts of the region. I know that there's a data from National Security Tracker from the Council of Foreign Relations that shows that under the previous administration, about 22 persons die every day. So now that we have President Bola Tinubu in the last 1 year, do you think, in your view, Nigerians are safer?
Thank you. I would say to some extent that Nigerians are safer since President Tinubu came in, because when his predecessor, that's President Buhari, was there, was like he was an enabler, so the insecurity just persisted, and even when the culprits were arrested, they were released immediately. So that did not even, when you say crime and punishment, that did not help the situation. But I think with President Bola Tinubu right now, I think things are better, but they are not where they should be. But there's been a lot of mass abductions in the IDP camp in Borno. There's been mass abduction in Kaduna. Even there was a recent one in Niger, So, and then I would bring it home. In Uromi lately, that's in the Edo State, there was even a cry out that the kidnapping is getting worse in Uromi. That is in the south. The IPOB problem, I think, to some extent, is minimized. It's not over. So I would say under President Bola Tinubu is better, but it's not where it should be. A lot of work still needs to be done for us to feel safer, for us to sleep with our eyes closed, and for us to be able to travel. I used to love to travel and just enjoy scenery, but now you can't really travel by road.
All right, let's stay virtual. Group Captain Sadiq, maybe your take on this particular question I did ask.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, the record for security across Nigeria is a variegated one. It depends on what you're talking about. Certainly, traditionally, the areas that have had security problems are the Northeast, Northwest, and the North Central. To be honest, it will be difficult to tell somebody in the Northwest, especially in states like Kaduna, Zamfara, and Katsina, that is feeling safer. Certainly, I think the situation is almost the same as it was during President Muhammadu Buhari, or even worse. It will equally not be correct to tell somebody like in Niger State, that the security is better. However, when we go down the Niger, in South-South, in Southeast, in the Northwest, in the Southwest, a claim could be made that security has improved. But certainly in this area that I called in Northwestern states, in the North Central state of Niger and even Plateau State. So that's why I said it's a mixed record of achievements if we're talking specifically for the last 12 years. However, if you ask me how do we rate the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, I think the best this thing is to look at the renewed hope agenda. What did he say he's going to do in security? What has he done? To the typical man on the street, numbers or opinion polls may count for much when we're discussed, but for the man on the street, his measure of security is, are people being kidnapped? Are people being killed? Is he able to go to farm? These are the figures for him that are concrete measures, whether security is going forward or whether you are regressing in terms of security.
Yes, indeed. Group Captain Sheo, you may have already expanded the conversation by telling us that it depends on where you are looking at as far as security is concerned. Speaking of which, in the Northwest and in the North Central, there have been reports that in the last few weeks, there's been pressure by security agents, compelling the terror cells to evacuate. But it seems that they're being pushed to the central. And I'm coming to the studio now. If you consider the report that 150 people were kidnapped in North Central, Mr. Garba, are you concerned that there is a pressure of the influx of security, kidnappers, bandits into Nigeria's North Central, and maybe even further down into the south?
That is very correct. And when you look at the North Central, it have the largest forest. And secondly, that there is no coordination, because this is a single forest, right from Niger, Katsina, Dampara, Sokot, Kebbi, Kaduna, Niger. Why we only hear that they struck? Where is the infantry military? There should be a coordination that when there is airstrike, there is also soldiers on the ground attacking this, so there is no room to escape. But we are not noticing this. That is why you see, even recently in Katsina, you see just last week, over 35 people were killed from 2 local governments. That is Kankara and Bakuri. And the reason is very obvious. These soldiers, they come through machines. Why can't we even send an aircraft to study their movement? Because there is no way 100 machines with people will move without noticing them. But we don't hear this. So the truth of the matter that even if there is success, we can say there is still little impact to the people on the ground, because the 8 front local government, you see they cannot go to the farm. This is the time of rainy season. You cannot go to the farm. And even at home, you are not at peace. And we didn't even have recruitment that show that much with these people. Because where 300 people go to a local government, when last did you hear recruitment by the military, by the police? I believe that with this massive unemployment, if we can deploy more people employed into this security and match face-to-face, honestly speaking, with the Air Force, we will succeed there. But that is not happening. And when we begin to ask, how can the aircraft, how can the airstrike will succeed without the infantry military? It's never done anywhere.
So, Mr. Ononbo, what lessons are we learning in terms of strategy and the need for deployment of infant military, according to Mr. Garba, to further tackle these challenges?
Well, I think my first take is that the services shouldn't be distracted by the traditional political activities of celebrating achievements, landmarks, promises during campaign and all that. The situation we have on ground predates this administration. It wasn't a biscuits and a cup of tea situation. We've had a growing insecurity across the states. And these insecurities were not just driven by political misrepresentations and mismanagements. Some are driven by lack of employment, poverty, growing poverty. And with insecurity, a lot more unemployments were created. People could no longer, like my colleague said, go to the farm. People could not be engaged in meaningful business activities. Some businesses were under severe pressure. And here we are, the politicians who come for 4 years and, of course, within the 4 years, look for another term, want to drag us to the street to say, hey, gentlemen, we are doing so much, we are achieving so much. Well, we will clap for them. The goal of the media campaign for this period will be for us to see that they are good and possibly electable for the next election. But that doesn't address the issues of security and insecurity. In fact, they are most incompetent. What they do is bring the political will to ensure that these things are happening. But the actual players are the security establishments. We should not be swept away with the flood of celebrations. We should be able to look at Yes, people are no longer free to go to farms. Nigerians can no longer grow in any other sector, including our commercial activities. So how do we stem this tide? And that has to do with going back to the drawing table by all the agencies, like you said. Intelligence must be shared. But before you share intelligence, it has to be gathered and analyzed thoroughly, and appropriate information passed to the appropriate quarters. That's one. Two, we need the right technology and equipment to engage. The era of organize some people and you are using walkie-talkie to walk on the road is over. We have unmanned aerial equipment that could pick intelligence, time-bound intelligence, and encourage the systems to plan a response that can give us a result. Now, these must be sustainable. It will take funds. The government, which are the politicians, I call them four-year people, must be willing to provide the kind of resources to give us not just the technology, but the know-how and capability to sustain whatever we are doing that might be working, and to jettison the ones that are not working and learn new ones in order to contain this tide.
Let's take it back to Dr. Como on this particular one, because when you look at insecurity, you have to look at it from 2 points: violent attacks as well as rate of fatality, which is what data analyst Babajide Ogunsanwo spoke about. So they've been touting the issue of state police. Do you see this as a panacea, some sort of, to bringing down, the level of insecurity witnessed in parts where we call like the hotspot or the hotbed of insecurity?
Thank you for that. With the rate of insecurity in Nigeria, the state police is a welcome change because at times those at the center, it takes them a while to know what's happening. It's like what the general said just now. He said it depends on where you're coming from. If you are in a state and you have all the wherewithal and you can go ahead and respond fast, then it's faster than waiting to get clearance from an IGP who really doesn't know what's going on and who the problem is really not close to. So state police is very important. When you look at even the US, they have their state police and they're able to respond and to any security incidents and nip it at the bud. I mean, they also have security problems, but they're able to respond faster. So with the insecurity we have here in Nigeria, I believe state police is, the time for it is now. And we have to embrace it and utilize it to quell the problem, so that the situation will get better, in different states.
All right, Group Captain Sadiq, let's come to you. Maybe you have to talk about state police as well, but in addition to that, we need to look at some of the drivers of insecurity, from economy to politics to all of this. By your experience and what you've seen happen in the last 1 year, are the agencies and the government diagnosing the problem rightly, in your view?
Okay, thank you. First, let me comment following what Madam said on state police. You see, in the debate on state police Nigeria, I think there are two extreme positions that have been taken without thinking of a middle course. The first, when people say state police, the idea is that a police that is 100% controlled, financed, managed by state governments, as opposed to what we have now, which is a police that is centrally controlled, managed, and handled by the federal government. What we forget is that if you look at Nigerian realities, I think neither one, neither other in these two extremes is good for us. But if you are looking at general literature or state on how police systems, apart from centralized police, which is what we have, and the decentralized police, which is run by the subnationals, there is also a middle course of having a semi-decentralized police force. What do I mean by here? Experts have pointed out the fears they have of state governors, having total controls of state police. Now, a demi-centralized police system, combines these two extremes and come to the middle, whereby certain aspects or certain safeguards as to how states run the police will be held by the federal government, whereas you have this. So I think the debate is always missing that link. If you want state police completely controlled by states, there are dangers there. If you have a police controlled completely by the federal government, there are inefficiencies. So I think the debate later will come to coalesce around a middle ground where it is not wholly controlled by the state police and it is not wholly controlled by the federal government. Having said that, you also asked me whether we are looking at this holistically. I have to be very honest. In my opinion, if you look at the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in fact, even going back to the Buhari administration, I think we are not tackling the issue. We talk about security architecture. What do we really mean by security architecture? You are talking of the people in the front, whether Army, Air Force, Navy, Police, DSS. This is only one part of the other structure. The other structure is the oversight bodies. The ministries where these people, where these agencies are allocated. The National Assembly that allocate budget, that should allocate priorities. What I find in my research, and this is my personal opinion, right at the executive branch and the National Assembly branch, we don't do much of analysis. It's like we allow the services, whether military, whether DSS, to just do what they want from budgeting. I attended a conference where Budget IT, this organization that analyzes budget, if they give you the breakdown of the budget, you will wonder the budget does not reflect what is contained in the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu manifesto. When you read the manifesto at the CNC, you hear him talking about recruitment, you hear him about reforming, you hear him about equipping. Like the lady pointed out, what recruitment have we done? We have not done any recruitment to show the consistent acknowledgement by everybody that we are short of security agencies, whether you talk of police, whether you talk of the army. The army is just starting a recruitment for this year since this government came, and how many numbers. In fact, before you even talk about recruitment, there should be an analysis. What is the optimal number of military personnel that Nigeria needs? Looking at all the indices, economic, political, diplomatic, you come at a number, because again, it's a matter of economy. You have to spend money again for health and agri and roads and everything. So it's not everything that looks aggression. The same thing with police. We have not yet decided, even though we have the UN ratio, but then we may decide our economy can do that or our economy cannot do that. So the debate is, if we've had a multi-year plan, for example, if you understand we have a shortage of 50,000 policemen, when the police are bringing their budget, what I expect the executive to do is to ensure, okay, for this year, how many are you recruiting? You have that number. National Assembly also that passes that. So 2025, we have done 10,000. Remaining how many? This is what we do. But honestly, if you look at the budget of the security agencies, it does not reflect the important areas. I just did a small analysis before you called me now. I saw, like, for the security agencies, about 68% of their budget is on salaries, allowances, and what they call social services.
All right, let's manage our time, Group Captain Shehu. Let's come to the studio now and look at, yet again, the security concern from two levels. The equipment that the armed forces are using to tackle either it's banditry or insurgency. The president signed the DICON bill into law only recently. How has that, further equipped the armed forces to fight? And then also, let's also look at protection for the armed forces while they fight. Reports say that about 965 of them have died in the last 2 years at the battlefield. So I'm coming to you now, Mr. Garba. In view of the concern you had raised earlier about the lack of infantry on the ground, how do you respond to these two issues, equipment that they are fighting with, and then protection for the men at the war front?
Well, I think we fail to face the reality. The reality, all this insubordination, they are people that we know. They are from within the locality. So they are not unknown to us. But the community that we're supposed to recruit all these unemployed youths and equip them and support them with the military, they are not there. You take a local government that has a dimension of 100 kilometers. You just send 20 police. How can they protect that? These people, most of the people they kidnap, they recruit them. And now they become arms with AK-47, and they will come and attack the people. And they are well paid. So the truth of the matter is that we need community people. We have to recruit and equip and back them by the police or military, or let them guide them because they know the trend. The trend is not unknown to the community. So we need those, but not state police. Because the truth of the matter that, look at it from the election. All the state electorate, they make sure that the local government election won by the same state political party. That shows that there is no true unfairness. And therefore, it disenfranchises the people from making their choice, so they are not interesting. And the poverty is there. Because where there is poverty, you get people that are recruited for others. The governor of Katsina State that even the village head participated in this. So how do you exonerate those who are contributing to these insurgents? So the truth of the matter that we need community, we need equipment, we need to use the drone.
So regardless of whether we have state police or not, or even superior equipment, if there are no men to man it.
Katsina State recruited 150 for each local government.
All right.
But they couldn't help.
All right, Mr. Onubu.
Well, we are Nigerians. You can't get Ghanaians to pay the price to set or keep us safe. So we should be able to look inwards. Secondly, we should be able to review the kind of welfare that are given to our men and officers. Some of them are poorly paid. These terrorists pay far better. They provide superior equipment. Motivation is everything. People can sacrifice when they see a cause to die for. And I think we should also take time to give our people a national reorientation that makes the Nigerian citizen superior to other public officers. So when you are serving the Nigerians and not the other way around. A situation where we don't have that kind of synergy between the political class and the masses. The only meeting point we have are during elections. That is very suicidal, because when they are disenfranchised, like he said, and a lot of agitations come up, people take laws into their hands and they engage in all manner of sabotage, all kinds of things to make sure that they get even. And we create more insecure society, and everybody pays for it, including the politicians who use over 40 to 60% of our security forces to protect themselves and their families, leaving the rest of us to fend for ourselves. So it's a big problem.
At the end of the day, it's a lot to talk about, but just a quick one, just to wrap up. Let me start from the studio this time. A quick assessment of the last 1 year by percentage. So let's talk about efforts and results. Let me start with you, Mr. Garuba.
Well, when you look at
average, above average, below average?
It depends. Honestly speaking, I'm from Katsina State. If you go to the front local government, they will tell you there wasn't any much improvement. But if you look at the Northeast, you will see that there is serious improvement. Most of the people have now vacated and go back to their local government. So the issue is that we just address one side, we leave the other side. And now gradually they are moving from northwest to north central. And there is synergy because it's the same forest. So for me, the government have to squarely address it collectively, not addressing a state by state. The affair must be across the border. Otherwise, we'll just solve one problem and create another problem.
All right, let me come to you, Dr. Okomo, on this particular one. When we look at the budget that I've been seeing, the defense budget has been quite big, perhaps one of the biggest in the last successive years. Over 2 trillion in the 2024 budget. The president has given us a hint that he will be extending the spending limit this year with the supplementary budget being sent to the National Assembly. We heard him say that today when he visited the joint session of the National Assembly. When you look at the amount being spent, Dr. Okomo, does it justify the effort or the results we're seeing?
Thank you for that. I don't agree that the amount being spent justifies the effort. And I will use Niger State as an example. Recently, was that last week or so, Niger State had a major kidnap situation where about 200 or so were kidnapped from their different houses. And it was said that they moved from house to house in downpour. The rain was falling. and for 3 hours, and people were running into the bushes, and there was no help, no backup, no security backup to assist them. Even the vigilantes that were there, I think about 4 of them were killed. There was no help to save these people for 3 good hours. One would expect that if the money is being spent well, we should have more reinforcement. When there's a problem like that, since it went on for 3 hours, there should have been reinforcement to at least intervene and stop the atrocity that was being committed. But there was no response. It was the next day, I think on Saturday, that there was response. So they can pander a lot of amounts being spent, but it has to be effective to quell the situation. So I just use that as an example. Although I know that that of Kaduna, the students were able to get the one. I think it was first said that it was about 200 and something students that were, and students and teachers and that were kidnapped. But later, I think they came down to about 130 something people that were rescued, and they said they had all the people rescued, which was a plus for the government to have rescued all of them unharmed. But that of Niger that just happened a few days ago, that's a little bit worrisome for me. So I don't think they have enough. We should have drones. If they really are spending the money well, they should have drones to monitor the place so that when there's any, they said that they came with about 300 bandits that came in there, and they came in motorcycles, about over 100 motorcycles, and nobody saw these people and stopped them. So there should be drones, and when there's any problem going on, there should be immediate response. But there wasn't any response, no backup. So to me, it doesn't speak too well about how the amounts are being spent, though there's a lot that was allotted to security.
So in the same breath, Group Captain Shehu, let's tie this to security, particularly because of what is being spent. And, the concern raised even by the CDS himself only a few months ago during the budget defense and in revelations to us pressmen that his men are paid less than 50,000 naira and their allowances per day is 1,500 naira for feeding, including himself. So the question is, you have the knowledge of how things are done in the military, having served. Do we need to wait a bit more, for the disbursement of budgetary spending to see improvement in the welfare of the armed forces as they continue in their fight against insecurity, or things will remain the same?
Yes, okay, thank you. Permit me to also say I'm with Mrs. Ekomu, that sometimes it's not actually insecurity. It is not the total amount that is very important. It is good when you spend big, but how you spend it, where you put emphasis, that is where the problem is. The CDS spoke about welfare. In the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu manifesto, there is increase in welfare and salary is one of the points there. But if you think that is important, then you should put the money there. However, when I say look at our budget for security anytime and see where we are putting the money. The money is big in terms of, in fact, this year, I made a rough calculation. The money for security is higher than the money for education and health combined, which is not bad. However, we need to see it trickling down. I think there is not much attention paid by the executive branch and the legislative branch on where emphasis is paid. The executive, when, the budgeting process is that the security services will present this what we want to do. But it goes through the executive. If your emphasis is on equipment, you can say, okay, you have put too much money here, I'm moving it, I'm putting it here. There's something with the National Assembly. But in my opinion, I think that is not being done. Whatever the security agencies pass, that is just what is given to them. So like I said, if you even carry 80% of the budget and put it in security, if you don't follow the money, if you don't ensure that it is areas where the security is watching that you put the money will be frittered away in ceremonies, in frivolous, in frivolous projects, which add nothing to the capacity of the security forces. So I think both the executive branch and the National Assembly must do more about how they budget. about how the money goes and where it is put. If not, even if you put 100% of the money in security, people will find a way of spending it, but it has nothing to do with the quick response that Madam Ekomu talked about. It has nothing to do with the recruitment of personnel. It will go into other things.
Let me come to you, Mr. Ononugbo, on this particular one. I'm looking at the Renewed Hope agenda, and I think there are some things you call low-hanging fruits. We've talked about personnel number, as Mr. Garuba has said, but the president had promised that they will transfer the responsibility of protecting VIPs and government installations and buildings to the NSCDC, empower them a little more, and then free them from VIP protection. We haven't seen that. There's also the anti-terrorist battalion that was supposed to be formed, like our own SEAL team. We haven't seen that. From what you know, what could be stopping some of the things that lay people will consider this is a no-brainer, it should have been done since?
Well, the first question I will ask is if our security apparatus and our politicians are doing the right thing, why do they require special protection? We live together in the same place. During elections, we sleep together. They eat akara on the streets. They carry little babies around and nobody harm them. And suddenly after winning election, we are investing so much to have special units protecting VIPs. That's absurd. Something is just not right somewhere. And I think that's what we're not addressing. What are the actual problems? Because if we have a safe and secure society, if our men and our security men are well equipped, well motivated, and made to do their natural, traditional role, play their traditional roles, we will not have special situations where few individuals, less than 5% of the entire population, are given 80% concentrated protection just to keep them safe. One person who was voted by the masses, moves around with over 15, 20 convoys of armed security guards. And the police posts, we have barely 4, 5, 10 people running, which covers over 200 to 5,000 people in the community. Something is not right. So I would advise and I would think that if Mr. President wants to help us, let's look at why we're having this problem. People don't have jobs. Our industries have failed. Places are not functioning because we're talking about security. Security starts from home. People can't go to school. Those who went to school cannot find jobs. They are ending up inventing antisocial interests that are hurting the entire society and becoming cheap recruits by bandits and other criminal interests. So when we begin to feed some of these challenges, we'll begin to eliminate those platforms that are giving them, kind of a realization that, whoa, they have found somewhere they're making money. Now, back to the issue of the political class, because I have always seen the role of the politicians as aggravating the security problem we have in our country. Their lifestyles, their behavior, their poor management of the resources of the nation. It's not what they say on television. All these branded activities are just showcased to prepare us to vote for them next time. They are not interested in making sure that the police, it's as bad as policemen use their money to buy these papers they use to collect statements from criminals. Policemen buy their own uniforms. Now they come and present big budgets. For the past 40 years, I've had budgets and budgets for police, and I see the quality of the lives of the policeman, the military man, the custom of it's poorer, they are more miserable. Go to their hospitals, you will be fortunate to come out alive. These are people who are spending their lives to save the entire nation. A policeman cannot put his child or a soldier in a good school for education. Today, education is unaffordable. So these are things. By the time we put these things, and welfare is not just about giving them 1,000 naira a day. For a man fighting with his life, we are coming to the public to tell them we're giving them 1,000. When they go for United Nations operations, they are paid far higher and better. And they go there and perform excellently well and return successfully.
Let me come to you, Mr. Garuba, on this one, because there's a concerning development from the conversation we have here, which has to do with the number of people whose boats are on the ground as far as our military is concerned. But we've also seen that even the military is getting into embarrassing situations where military is being used to settle very embarrassing civil dispute and altercation. Look at the issues of Banax. There was another issue in the same Abuja. Taylor had an issue with someone and a military person. All of this that we talk about. How, because looking forward now, let's look ahead. How can we reposition the military to be really professional and make them a rare sight within the civil community?
Well, you see, there is so many wrong in the nation. First, address judiciary. If there is law, you don't need the police, you don't need the military, because the law will work and make sure law respect nobody. So the judiciary, they are not working. And that is why people take the law into their hands. And this is common. Secondly, the grassroots. Everybody knows the grassroots are the local government. Let's have a true and fair election, not by state, but by INEC, so that the right people be elected there, and they are willing to ready to spend for their local people, and they are willing to ready to protect themselves. But this state election where they win everything is never going to help us. Then thirdly, we need to also give and take. As you are striking, at the same time, those who are willing to hands up, you are willing to take them. Because there is no war that succeeded with war alone without also taking the other side of it. So those who are willing to voluntarily decided to be abandoned from the bush, try to re-acclimatize, collect them, accept them, and see how you can gather the information. Then we use the drone. Why are we not using the drone? All these people are moving, no drone. Nowhere you hear the drone have seen any. Even if they have seen it, they refuse to use it. So we must use technology, and we must employ this team of youth to tap all the telephone of those areas, so that whoever communicates with this bandit are identified and hold on. Because nobody should be above the law. And those people, they are getting information from insider, and we need somebody to tap their information. Why can't we employ youth? Honestly speaking, there is so many things that is going wrong, and unless we put them in the right perspective, we may continue with this war. Because now it's over 19 years, 25 years of democracy, 20 years we have insecurity.
Indeed, it's an inexhaustible conversation, and you're taking us to another area. That is the deployment of technology to fight insecurity. But really, let me come to you now, Dr. Victoria Ekomo. Yes, there's something we do. We assess the administration in terms of result, effort, and result. So we'd like you to assess the administration so far. What are your thoughts on the percentage that you would allot in terms of result and effort?
I will say that the administration, they are trying, but I don't think they are there yet. Because I know that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the leader of APC, so it's like a continuation since he's the president now. With what has been happening, and even with what he promised during the inaugural speech, by now, we should go after the bandits in the forest and start getting them out of the forest using drones and then using military. Because right now, many of these bandits are moving from Kaduna.
So very quickly now, rate the administration. Is it below average, average, or above average in the area of security?
I would say below average.
All right. So, Group Captain Shehu, what are your thoughts? How do you rate the administration?
In the administration, I simply look at the renewed hope agenda of what the government said it will do. And at this time, with 1 year, that is 1/4 of the time gone, I would give it 45%.
All right, fair enough. Group Captain Shehu, thank you so much for your thoughts there. And at this point, we'd like to toss to our colleagues in Abuja for a more in-depth
we must first thank
analysis from their guests.
We must first thank all of them. Dr. Victoria Ekomo, MD Trans World Security Systems Limited, Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us on the program. Alfred, you didn't tell us your rating. Quickly, sir. 10 seconds.
Well, below average, definitely.
Below average, okay. CEO, Bell Protocol Security Services, as well as Group Captain Shehu Sadiq. Okay, we've said that. Mr. Karifi Garuba, the CEO of App Security. Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady, for coming on the program. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having us.
Bukala, you can now do your tossing.
Time to toss now for yet another in-depth conversation on the administration's strides in the area of security. Back to you now, Bapwe and Chobele.
So you're watching our special May 29 program, where it is the first year of this administration, where it's a stock taking of sorts. So we'll look at all the sectors. I'm here in the studio with my colleague Mark Baez. So we'll be talking about security now, because we are joined here by Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, who is the Chief of Army Staff. Good evening, sir. Thank you for coming on today.
Thank you very much, Chambali.
Well, security is having several parts to that. I know you must have heard at least some part of what some of those citizens were saying in terms of their impression of how they feel security is at the moment to them. It may be different from inside where you are. So perhaps we'll start by asking you, could you give us a picture of sorts, what you think, your impression about how, I know it's not, I mean, to assess yourself, but you do your SWOT analysis and strategy with the military. What's your impression of how you're faring so far?
Looking back at where we were 1 year ago and the threats that confront us as a nation, I will say that the troops in the field and even the staff at the headquarters deserve the highest commendation for working in a very difficult environment and delivering results despite the challenges. And if I'm to assess the current security situation in Nigeria vis-a-vis what it was a year ago, I would like to take it on a geographic zone basis, starting from the Northeast, that used to be the epicenter of the security threats in Nigeria previously. Gone are the days when reports of suicide bombing, attack on our government infrastructure, attack on troops location, dislodgement of our troops, and so many reverses in the Northeast used to be the thing in the news headline. Today we have relative peace in the Northeast. Even though we are still confronting the challenge of improvised explosive devices. But it's understandable because the threats that we confront, they are complex, they are ill-defined, they are adaptable. And so, even when attacks occur in the Northeast, the troops respond stoutly and on time to this attack. Most of the equipment that were carted away from the troops many years back have been recovered. And so we have been seeing photographs of mine resistance ambush protected vehicles being brought out from the Timbuktu Triangle, from Sambisa Forest, places that troops, even the troops dreaded in the past to enter. Now they go there almost on a weekly basis to ensure that there's the boots on the ground, the domination of the geographic space, and stability.
Is this still predominantly in the Northeast?
In the Northeast. In the Northwest, yes, the Northwest, the threat matrix is becoming emboldened, I would say that. And this can be attributed to so many socio-political factors, which are clearly outside the purview of the military. And so the challenge has always been the Yansa Akai, which are the local vigilante, against the pastoralist. And the troops have done very well. And looking at the tally, so many of these bandit kingpins, like Ali Kachala, Boderi, Maudi, so many of the well-known bandit kingpins have been taken out by the troops. So many of their camps have been dislodged. Even when we had reverses like the attack on the Kuriga school in Kaduna, it took less than 1 month for the troops to close in on these criminal elements and for the school children to be released. Looking back at how many years it took us to get up to the 50% mark of the number of Chibok girls that were kidnapped, or the March 28 train attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train corridor, I would say the troops have responded.
So, are you facing more challenges in the northwest than in the northeast?
The challenges in the northwest, yes, because of the socio-political undertone, the threat seems not to be going away, I would say that. And looking also at the terrain that is contiguous to so many other rich economic zones like Kaduna, like Niger. These are, even the Federal Capital Territory is attracting these bandits. And so you see a migration from the northwest into this. So there are so many factors that encourages the youth, that has been encouraging people to join the ranks of these bandits. These factors are not going away, but the troops are responding. In the southeast, the issue of sit at home, the illegal sit at home, is a thing of the past. And that is why before IPOB do not come on the news channel to announce that there will be a sit at home, because it was given that every Monday there will be a sit at home. But today they need to reinforce it in the mind of the people that they are after so many months, because people are going about their lawful businesses unhindered. In the South-South, there has been an increase in the crude oil output from about 900,000, 1 million barrels a day, at a point where almost clocking 1.6 million barrels per day before other industrial factors, force majeure, and other things brought us down to about 1.34, 1.35 million barrels a day. So the troops are doing very well across the geopolitical zone.
Indeed, well, you have done a breakdown according to geopolitical zones, and it would seem that the area where you have recorded the greatest successes, according to your breakdown, is the northeast and the southeast. That seems to be where you've made, and this area, some people will say, well, there was already progress already being made there. It would seem that what you've done right now is consolidate on the progress that has been made. Because if you spoke to those in the Buhari administration, coming down, they would have said, oh, we're making progress in the northeast. Northeast area was one of the areas where they had the bragging rights. But now in the northwest, which was also a problem in that administration, we're hoping that by now, yes, because as the president is marking 1 year in office, you were appointed in June, shortly after he took the oath of office. You're also almost celebrating 1 year as chief of army staff. So looking at 1 year, why has the northwest become so intractable? I know you've spoken to socio-political factors which are outside the remit of the Nigerian army, and you've also talked about some of the successes you've recorded in spite of the problems that you've encountered. For instance, the bringing back of the Kuriga school children. But the very fact that it happened in the first place, says a lot about just how porous security remains in the northwest.
The very fact that it happens in the first place, the Kuriga school attack, is regrettable. But I've been to that school, and I've seen images of so many other schools across the country. And those things cannot count for schools where people send their children to. No perimeter fence, the roof blown off, close to a forest. So many factors that can be exploited by a determined adversary. And no communication. When it happened The troops, it took more than 3 hours for the troops to get a distress call. Despite that, they responded. And because I was a general officer commanding in the Southeast, I can speak boldly to the situation in the Southeast. As at the time I was leaving the Southeast on 2nd of August 2022, there were so many attacks on government infrastructure, police station, the court facilities, the school system, so many government infrastructure. But today, we keep the tally. And so, in that respect, we have done commendably well in the Southeast. Also in the South-South, we have done commendably well. Even in the North Central, yes, Plateau, the December 25 attack around Mango, Bariki Ladi happened. But the Plateau situation has been intractable, has been on for years. It's driven by religion, it's driven by ethnic consideration, and so many other social considerations.
So do you think it's going to remain that way for a while yet?
No, it's not going to remain that way. But what I want to say that the kinetic measure does not solve a security challenge, especially when it is driven by passion, when it is driven by ethnicity, religion. These underlying factors must be addressed.
Well, General, why do you think that some persons in Plateau, for instance, have this, I don't know if you call it, this is their impression, they accuse the army of complicity?
They even accuse us of taking sides, which I have said often that the military is a national institution. When we recruit troops, when we form them into subunits, units, formations, we do not ask them what is their religion or where they come from. And so the people who are deployed in Plateau are from all segments of the Nigerian society. And so even some of them are from Plateau. And beats my imagination out, somebody that is from Plateau will be taking side with people that they call settlers.
But is this something that the army investigates and
the army,
that...
over and over we have investigated this. But the people who are coming up with this narrative have an agenda that they are pursuing. And so beyond the issue of the agenda, anytime these issues come up, we investigate. And we always make our findings known to the appropriate quarters.
You do know that, this statement and these allegations haven't just come sometimes from ordinary quarters. We've also heard them from very powerful quarters from people who used to be in the army, someone no less than General T.Y. Danjuma, who once said that the military is not impartial in this. When you hear those kinds of statements from people who are statesmen like that, saying that the military, is taking sides in conflicts that affect people in North Central and other districts, how do you react to it?
I will react as a professional, and I usually react as a professional. General Danjuma is from an ethnic group that is confronted by a security challenge. He lives there, and I heard his utterances even during the installation of the king in Takum. And so the people who are fighting, the Kuteb, the Jukun, and the Tiv ethnic groups, they don't represent the Nigerian army. That's established. And if General T.Y. Danjuma comes up to accuse the military of taking side, I understand that he has expectation. But the truth is that if there is security infraction in Borno State, it is not everybody in Borno that is an enemy of the state. It's not everybody. The army does not go about asking people what is their religion, which ethnic group they belong to, in carrying out their duty. We do it professionally. And you don't expect us to go into a community and burn the whole place and kill everybody just because you have an issue. If they do not if they are not seen as combatants, carrying arms openly, engaging the military in combat, then we treat them as law-abiding citizens because that is what they have presented themselves to be. And if that is the stand of General Danjuma for him to express his opinion, I think it does not represent what the Nigerian Army stands for because we have conducted ourselves professionally in every theater we are engaged across the country.
There are quite a number of issues. I mean, in the last 1 year, almost 1 year now, I have to be very careful. It's not yet a year, but almost 1 year since you were appointed, quite a number of challenges have confronted the Nigerian military. I mean, we've talked about Kuriga. You said what you see there is not a place that we should call a school for Nigeria's children. And that still is the situation in many other schools in many parts of the country. But there's also been Tudumbiri, which you have apologized over, and I think the Nigerian Army has conducted a hearing into that. I think 2 soldiers, is it 2 soldiers now, or 2 officers have been indicted on that particular count. And there's also been Okwama, which has also, affected the Nigerian Army very adversely. These are some of the things that are beginning to show, the relationship, the tense relationship that could come up as a result of the military being involved in within the civilian space, especially in internal conflict operations. Is this something that the military is looking at more critically? Its relations, its civil-military relations, and these incidences which continues to come up as a result of your interactions with the populace which you seek to protect?
The world over, there are 2 models for employing military to confront conflict. It's either expeditionary or internal looking. We are focused internally in Nigeria. That is why you see the military deployed all across the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory. And when you have troops deployed in the population space, you expect that there will be infraction. Because the troops leave, they conduct their activities with the civilian, they are not turned in a barracks. And so these infractions will come up, but we are addressing, how do we address this? We have been conducting training to enlighten our soldiers on the way they must conduct themselves in the field. Beyond that, we have rules of engagements and code of conduct. And we will publish this and give it as a booklet to be kept in the breast pocket of every soldier so that it becomes part of them. And whenever we get a report of this infraction, like in Okwama, like in Tudumbiri, we conduct in-depth investigation and take appropriate remedial action. So going forward, we will intensify our sensitization and training of our troops. We have also engaged in civil-military cooperation activities. So you see us engaging in community development activities, providing water for communities where our troops are deployed. We run medical facilities, we conduct medical outreaches, and so many other things. So we engage in all these things so that the people that we are out to protect will see us as their friends and understand the way we operate.
But General, some persons in Abuja here, Banex Plaza specifically, didn't see the army as their friends not long ago when that clash happened. Have you investigated? Is there anyone culpable for anything on the part of the army?
I read a press release from the Association of Mobile Telephone Dealers in Banex apologizing for the unruly behavior of some of their members. So in that respect, they see us as their friend. They understood that what happened was a misunderstanding. The troops went there as people that every Nigerian patronizes Banex. Driving away from here, I can go into Banex to buy whatever I want to buy.
Some said the officers were on an illegal duty. They were trying to enforce civilian scenario, which is left for the police. Someone bought a phone, and then they got the army to intervene, and that was the account. Is that correct?
The press release from the Director of Army Public Relations clearly states that these allegations will be investigated. We are investigating, and we will take appropriate sanction on the troops if they are found to be culpable.
What about the closing down of the place? Did the army have, under the law, to shut down the place for, even if it's for a day or two?
The army is already deployed in the public space. We are deployed in all the 36 states of the Federation. We are deployed even in the Federal Capital Territory, conducting internal security operations, although these are policing tasks. But I've said that the employment of the military in Nigeria is inward-looking. We are not an expeditionary force. And to that extent, if we perceive that there's a likelihood of a breach of law and order, breakdown of law and order, we'll take appropriate action. Because if Barnes is touched, it is the military that will be called out to protect the general.
But shutting the place down, I mean, you heard several lawyers who say that, no, that is a violation of the law. The army has no right to get in there and shut down the place when the police is there. If anyone feels highly or feel offended, you resort to the courts. But the army, I'm not sure that has happened.
No, the army, even in shutting down the place, we worked in concert with the police. Do not forget that when the troops were being assaulted, right within the presence of Barnex, the policemen came around. And there was likelihood of a breakdown of law and order. And the troops were already deployed even all around Barnex Plaza long before that face-off happened.
But General, how does the army deploy? I thought it's the CNC that's supposed to give directives. So was he involved in soldiers who went there and shut down the place?
The CNC does not give the military, like I told you, the army is already on the streets. If you drive from your office to Wuse, now you see the soldiers on the street riding motorcycles, driving their vehicles.
That's different. If riding motorcycle is different from them coming in there and carrying out certain action, because people would expect, I mean, the army is trying to build civil-military relations, to see the army as your friend, where you can volunteer information of which you can then succeed. But if they don't understand what's going on with the army and they're coming in high-handed, they'll pull back and feel it's an adversary.
What I'm trying to tell you is that we must remove the president from this. The military is already called out. There's a procedure for military call-out. And we must understand the nature and the intensity of threats that confront us in Nigeria. And so, because the threat has gone beyond the normal policing situation, the military has been called out. Not today, not 10 years ago. And so, the troops have been on the street. So you do not need any other directive to tell the troops to secure Barnex if there's likelihood of an attack on that facility.
What strategies would you say have been working so far? Because yes, you've talked about how you have, been able to consolidate on, the successes made in the Northeast and even record some more in the southeast of Nigeria and even in the south. It's interesting you're quiet on the southwest. I was going to ask whether there are no challenges there. But what strategies would you say have been working in these areas which we can deploy in the Northwest and the North Central? Because from the analysis that some of our analysts did moments ago, whatever is affecting the Northwest seems to be seeping into the North Central, which you acknowledged by also talking about what's happening in Abuja, what's happening in Plateau State, what's happening even in Kogi State as well. You want to share some of the things that perhaps you need perhaps those in government and public to be aware of, maybe to cooperate with you more on?
First, talking about the Southwest specifically, the Southwest has also been confronted with some challenges, even though on low scale, compared to what is happening in other parts of the country. There have been cases of kidnapping along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and even in the Oyo North, especially around Shaki, Gboho, Okeo. But the troops have responded to this, and we're not hearing about kidnapping along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway and the farmers' herders confrontation in Oyo North. For every conflict situation that we have intervened, we've had to come up with a design, what we call a campaign plan. And in this campaign plan, it is expected that the military will work in concert with other elements of national power to bring about peace and stability in the conflict zone.
Where do the people fit in?
The people fit in, so I'm talking about the military, the people, the government. The government must be able to bring about developmental activities like building roads to help in military operation and to assuage whatever are the grievances of the people. They must be able to provide water. They must be able to do some other things. In the Northeast, we have worked not only in concert with the government, with international non-governmental organizations and so many other partners. And the results are obvious for everybody to see. In the Northwest, we are doing our very best. The strategy we are employing in the Northwest is first to contain in situ so that there's no migration of the threat to either to trouble-free area like Kaduna, like Niger, like the Federal Capital Territory. And then, after containing, we can then conduct decapitation operation to remove the ringleaders of these criminal activities, remove the sophisticated and military-grade weapons from them. And once that is done, we expect that other elements of national power, developmental, dialogue, and the rest will come to play. And we have an enduring peace.
Okay, so as we wind down, General, could you talk to us about local manufacturing of equipment for the military, for instance? Are we making any progress in that area?
Straight away, I will invite you to come for our Nigerian Army Day celebration that is scheduled to hold in Jos. The climax will be on the 6th of July in Jos. Come and see on display what the Command Engineering Depot in Kaduna is doing. We have faced challenges in the field. Even the local manufacturing of military hardware is ongoing, not only within the military, but by other businesses. Proforce is doing its own. Imperium in Kaduna is doing. The machine tool in Osogbo is doing a lot. In those days, our personal protective equipment, we used to import almost everything from abroad. And that is a drain on the foreign exchange of the country. But today, we get everything from these industries that I've mentioned, Proforce, Imperium, Nigerian machine tools. And even within the military, our electrical and mechanical corps has been able to sit down and see how they can do reverse engineering and address some challenges that confront us. We've had situations where mine resistance and bush protected vehicles that cost, and on the average, $700,000 get burnt in the field. And at the cost of about 20 million, they are fixed, completely as good as brand new from the Command Engineering Depot. So if you come to Jos in July, you will see on display these things that are being done by locally.
I look forward to that. We would love to see that because, we have to do what we have to do to ensure that we keep boosting local capacity. We have to thank you for coming on. Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, Chief of Army Staff. Thank you, and all the best to yourself and the team for the work you do for the country.
Thank you very much. It's been my pleasure being here.
All right, so we will be back in just a moment. The program continues, so don't go away.
Look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. But this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat.
Welcome back. It's been 1 year of President Bola Tinubu since he assumed office as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic. And we've talked about a couple of things. First was the security situation. You just listened to the Chief of Army Staff. We had before then spoken to experts, analysts who are also in the know as far as security in the country is concerned. But we're shifting gears now to the issue of the economy, that reality that faces all of us. Literally, everybody's an economist in his own way or the other. But we're bringing the experts to speak to us exactly what the numbers look like from then to now. But I'm not doing this alone. I'm being joined by our business anchor, John Mekwa.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. It's good to be on this side of the studio, different from our business studio, which we do daily.
Absolutely. So, I know that you have a reason for being here. So let's walk through it.
I'm passionate about the economy. That's why I'm here.
You like the numbers?
I love
Absolutely.
them. Yeah,
like
they tell you the reality.
So you're going to tell us the facts behind the figures.
Okay, but we'll start with Mr. Bismarck Rwani, the Chief Executive Officer. He has the numbers, as we know, and he has numbers with pictures. I trust him to have that. Mr. Rwani, good evening, and thank you for joining the conversation. I know you're going to talk beyond the numbers soon, but let's see. I know you want to paint a picture 1 year after. I think you have a major question. Are you better off today? There you are.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The question today, let's put some context into what we want to talk about. 365 days after, 1 year later, are you better off now than you were last year? And do you hope to be better off at this time next year? So that's the question we're asking ourselves. 1 year ago, there were promises, policies, and announcements. The first promise President Tinubu made was to increase GDP to $1 trillion in 8 years. Before then, our GDP was almost $400 billion. So actually to double it in 8 years. He removed petroleum subsidies. He unified exchange rates. He promised to overhaul the security infrastructure. You just heard that now. And he also promised to double the power generation, which was 5,000 megawatts then to 10,000 megawatts in a period of 5 years, which means he promised to increase power by 1,250 megawatts every year. And he also promised to bring inflation under control. These were the promises, these were the announcements, and these were the policies. Next. So the highlights of these policies and announcements were that major policy changes were announced in 2023, including the $1 trillion GDP goal. The time lag between policy announcements and efforts effect was a drag on outcomes. The unintended consequences are leading to social unrest. There's a cost of living crisis in Nigeria. The minimum wage negotiation will be a source of widespread conflict, and the wrong sequencing of reforms is taking its toll on output. Nigeria needs new borrowing to refinance existing obligations, and policy changes, institutional reform, and new borrowings will lead to positive and faster growth in the period 2025 to 2026. Next. Now, what are we seeing? The economic weakness is partly structural and mostly exogenous. Exogenous means from outside, but structural means fundamental. So what are the structural challenges? Rent-seeking market structure, energy crunch, 4,000 megawatts, regulatory bottlenecks, declining labor productivity, and demographic pressures, including urbanization. Exogenous shocks, COVID disruption after COVID, global supply chain disruption, political tension, high global interest rates, transitory developments, cost of living crisis, wage agitation, and social unrest. Next, please. Now, what really happened? This is very important. What happened in the last 1 year? Before, we're growing at 2.91%. That was last year. After, we are now growing at 2.87%. So our growth has actually declined by 0.04. Headline inflation was 22.41 last year when Bola Tinubu took office. It is now 33.69. So it has deteriorated by 11.28%. And this food inflation was 24.82. It is now 40.53. It has deteriorated by 15.71%. The exchange rate on May 29 last year was 765 in the parallel market, 765 naira to a dollar. Today it's at 1,520. It has lost essentially, it has more or less doubled, and it's gone down by 100%. Difference between parallel and official market, official rate. The difference in May 29 last year between the parallel market and the official rate was 295 naira to a dollar. Today, because the official rate has been adjusted in the last 2 days, it is now, the difference is now 346 naira. So it has actually deteriorated. The price of diesel at this time last year was 840 naira a liter. Today it's 1,200. Don't forget, this diesel price had gone all the way to 1,700, but thanks to Dangote, they've brought it down to 1,200, and it's off by 43%. Petrol at the pump, PMS, was selling at 190, highly subsidized. Today it's 580, in most parts of the country, 617 naira. So the price of petrol has actually increased by 205%. But generally speaking, efforts were commendable, but outcome was average. Now let's go to oil production. We are producing 1.15 million barrels of oil a day. Last year, this time, we are now producing 1.28, which is a marginal increase of about 11%. Federal Allocation Committee was sharing 10.2, the total FAC last year was 10.92 trillion. Guess what? Because subsidy removal and reduction, we now are sharing 14.39 trillion. So revenue accrued and revenue shared has increased by 31.78%. The deficit as a percentage of GDP was 4.21% of GDP, and now it's gone to 5.50% of GDP. One, because GDP has reduced, but revenue has increased, but it's a negative variable. Real positive interest rates, it was minus 4.55, and at this time last year, it is now minus 7.21. So it has deteriorated by 2.66%. Total external debt was $42.7 billion. Today, it is $42.5 billion, so it has improved a little bit. External debt per head, every Nigerian was owing $179. Last year, they are now owing only $178 per head. The gross external reserves was $35 billion last year. It has dropped by 7% to $32 billion. The minimum wage as of last year was 30,000 naira per head, per man, per month, and now it's open to a bargain. Next slide. So, economic impact and unintended consequences. This is the big picture. The gross fixed investment, which drives growth, was $154 billion last year. It is now down to $105 billion, down by 31%. The stock market capitalization, positive. It was 30 trillion naira at this time last year. Now it is up to 55 trillion naira, up by 83%. So stock market investors are making money. National savings as a percentage of GDP was 33% by this time last year, is down to 29%. Life expectancy at this time last year was 55.8. It has improved by about 3 months to 56.1. Ships awaiting berth at the ports in Nigeria were 12 at this time last year. They are now up to 15, so it has improved by 25%. And grid collapses were 12 times last year. That means the grid collapsed once every month, but this time it has collapsed only 5 times, so some improvement there. Next. So in general, we have the good, we have the bad, and we have the ugly. What is the good? Tax and other revenues have more than doubled. FAC increased to 14.39 trillion. Dangote refinery and other modular refineries have commenced operations. Forex backlog has been cleared. Credit rating upgraded to B. Outlook, oil production increased to 1.34, and international affairs have actually reduced. What is the bad? Nigeria used to be 32nd largest economy in the world. Today we are now 42. In Africa, we're number 1, but now we are down to number 4. Inflation, which was at 24%, is now 33.69%. Our public debt has risen to 97 trillion. What is the ugly? Terrorist attacks continue. Power grid collapse is there. Exit of multinationals, e.g. Procter & Gamble, escalating cost of living, and there's a crisis there. This is food inflation, and you can see it here. It's rising and driven by post-harvest losses, insecurity challenges, and poor storage. So this is bad news. So how does it affect you where you're sitting down at home and Ini and Jeffrey? One, at this time last year, you bought a bag of rice for 35,000. Today, you're buying it at 80,000. It has increased by 129%. It actually got up to 95,000. Gari, very, very difficult. Gari was 28,000 a bag at this time last year. It is now 50,000. As a matter of fact, it crossed this and went back. Beans has become a major problem. Beans was 30,000 naira at this time last year. It is now 95,000. It's gone up by 217%. You need beans for protein. A loaf of bread at this time last year was 900 naira. It's now 1,600. And a tuber of yam was 2,000 naira at this time last year. It is now 10,500. And guess what? The big problem is tomatoes. Yeah. Tomatoes was 40,000 a bag at this time last year. It is now 150,000.
Yeah, but Mr. Rwani, we hear there's so many factors feeding to this, especially the tomatoes. There's the news of pests. It's a planting season, and so, I mean, is it just the economy or the other things?
No,
I think you can.
I'm not done. This is evidence-based analysis. Right. This is a fact.
All right, Mr. Rwani, apparently we have a lot to talk about. Yes. We're racing against time, and we know you have a seat on the table.
Well, so let me just
30 seconds.
Slide.
30 seconds.
Next slide, please. There's a non-food basket. This is, you did the food basket.
Then
transport for Lagos to Abuja. At this time last year, it cost you 20,000 to go by night bus. Now it's 33,000. It's up 68%. Or Balende to Woronshoki. It was 300 naira at this time last year. It's now 500, up 67%. Lagos to Abuja was 38,000 last year at this time. It's now 80K, 111%. And Lagos to London, thank God, is now dropped from 2.6 million to 1.4 million.
We say thanks to Airpeace for that.
Thanks, sir. Right. And finally, so our ranking amongst African countries has actually declined. In other words, we used to be, our GDP growth is 2.98, and South Africa is 1.93. Kenya has 4%, Ghana has 3.8%. Inflation, we are 33, South Africa is 5%, Kenya is 5%, Ghana is 25%. GDP per head, that is our wealth.
Yeah.
Every Nigerian is worth only $1,111. Guess what? South Africa, every South African is worth $6,700. Kenya, $2,000. And Ghana, $2,200. We never in the past, we were always richer than Ghana. And now we are here. External reserves as percentage of GDP, the figures speak for themselves. So the picture is looking tough, but
yeah, so many things obviously feed into this.
Some light,
Mr. Rwani.
Some light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I think we should bring in the other guests.
That's why I said Mr. Rwani has a seat on the table. Yes. He has questions to answer. We're going to look at those drivers, but it's not just the only one that will be on the panel today. We're going to be joined by a couple of other people who are in the know when it comes to these numbers, because those figures don't lie. So we have joining us via Zoom the managing consultant, CEO of Flame Academy and Consulting Limited, Oji Udumeziwe. We also have Dr. Wisdom Enang, oil and gas expert, joining us as well via Zoom. We also have Nkoyo Toyo, former member of the House of Representatives and development activist. She joins us from our Abuja studio, as well as Mr. Taiwo Yedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. So it's a big team, gentlemen and ladies. So where do we start from?
Maybe from Oji Udumeziwe. I hope that you did hear those numbers from Mr. Rwani. And the good thing is he ended with some reality check, which is the price of gari, the price of yam, the price of transport, from last year to about this time this year. And we do know that international institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, they've been saying that, well, the president has taken the right step. The harsh but necessary policy reforms, would you say it's worth it? Looking at 1 year of Udemezue, please.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Ine, and your team. Sending my greetings from the city on 1,000 hills. I'm in Kigali at the moment, and I thank God for Nigeria, and I pray that we'll make progress going forward. These numbers are very scary. Nigerians are, very badly impoverished, and they are suffering greatly at this point. People are begging now, not just those who are unemployed, even those who are working, their salary cannot take them home. There is so much hardship. So you can say that in the past 1 year, Nigerians have been left much, much worse off than they were a year ago, and that's the reality. Everybody is feeling the pinch. The numbers are not looking good. I wish that my own friend and senior brother had also shared our current debt service to GDP ratio, as well as our current debt to GDP ratio itself. These numbers are scary. Nigeria is poor. Nigeria is begging for money. Nigeria cannot fund its budget, and the future is not looking so bright. So the issue is, apart from policy announcement, what background work do we do before we make this announcement and begin to implement? People have said they are commendable policies. We are doing some, very bold reforms in the foreign exchange or market, trying to reform to bring the gap between the official and the prayer market close. But all these policies, we are not well planned before they were, they just started.
All right, Mr. let's because we are pressed for time. I apologize, we're pressed for time, and we have a big panel. So I want to throw as much questions to everybody as much as possible. Let me come to you, Nkoyo Toyo, on this particular one. The macroeconomic data dashboard, most of them in the bearish region, as you've seen from Mr. Rwani's presentation. And we've seen interventions, but we don't know how much of that has moved the needle. So when you look at the numbers, as well as the intervention that has come through, do you think this was well thought through?
Thank you very much for having me. The question of whether it was thought through or not is, I think, something all of us will bear testimony to the fact that there isn't actually that thoroughness in terms of whether it was thought through or not. The moment Mr. President said to us and to the whole country that on the 29th of May last year that he was taking away the subsidy, he said subsidy is gone. And he said that wasn't part of his speech, but it came through. Even the suggestion that that was originally not part of his speech and then came through, to that extent, told us quite a bit about where the direction of that was going. Some policies are needed, but you need to also apply some sort of rigorousness in terms of how you implement. I think the act of statecraftship requires that we look beyond just the announcements and begin to ask ourselves whether these announcements have implications for the rest of the country. I must say that generally what I have heard presented this evening, speaks to the dire need for us to ask the question, how much of this was about the people and how much of this was about a preconceived understanding of what the challenges of the economy itself is. It's one thing to think about the economy from the lens of the IMF, the lens of the World Bank, and from the lens of the many people who advise governments. And it's another thing to think about what the consequences and the risk implications that this will bring onto the citizens of the country. I must say that in all the dimensions of this implementation and what we have seen so far, it's been a far cry from what we expected. This last 1 year has been really gruesome for Nigerians and the citizens of this country. I mean, take the thing, a basic thing like beans, moving from 30,000 naira at this time last year to 95,000 naira at this time. It's quite worrisome. Gari, which is also very basic food for everybody, is almost unreachable by the citizens of the country. But I must say that what we tend to see more
Yeah, so yeah. I wanted to just move over to Dr. Wisdom Enang. He's in the oil and gas, and a lot of people have the notion that all of these indices in the red started when the president, even as Nkoyotoye has said, started when the president said subsidy is gone. Now, being in that sector, would you say there have been improvement? And now we're hearing of Port Harcourt refinery coming up soon. Dangote refinery already on, expecting petrol from Dangote refinery. Recently, the group's CEO of NNPCL has told us that perhaps we'll be hitting 1.7 million barrels per day production. That's a huge step from where we are. Would you say that sacrifice of subsidy removal has been worth it? Are we in the right path?
I think when we look at the subsidy removal, it was, at the time that it was the subsidy was taken out, I don't think we had that many options as a country, just because of how much the bill was coming up for us and being able to sustain that bill. The other thing is I think the biggest problem that everybody had was the lack of the alternative before the subsidy was taken out. That being said, it is very clear, right, that subsidy removal was always going to create an incentive for the local industries, for example, being the Dangote refinery, which has come out to save the day, just like we saw in the statistics earlier. So it's been a very good development for the fact that at least we have something in the interim that we can definitely look out for an optimistic future. It would be better if we have the government-owned refineries also looking very optimistic in terms of the actual startup and post-delivering of the fuel to the Nigerian public. But yes, the subsidy removal in terms of the downstream sector, it was actually very advantageous. And one of the things that we need to understand is the price we were paying before for petrol was actually not obtainable anywhere else in West Africa and in most parts of the world. So I think right now, even until now, we're still quite cheaper than a lot of African countries. But then it frees up the sector for investors to come in, and it's good to see what the Dangote refinery are doing more from an interventionist standpoint to help the Nigerian economy to meet its energy demands, as well as do so in a way that the price is not so harsh on consumers.
All right, so let's bring it back to the studio. Mr. Ruwani, I know you threw those numbers at us, so...
I think Mr. Ruwani should give us a solution. Haven't done so much research.
No, before we come to solution, the question I wanted to ask him is, we've seen the GDP drop from what it was in 2022.
2023.
2023.
Even the fourth quarter of
2023. Yes. The rate has increased, but in terms of value, it has dropped.
Yes.
And you talked about the per capita income. It has always dropped. So what exactly are we going to be selling to investors when the purchasing power of citizens has come down?
No, I think you have to understand something, that GDP is an output measure, it's not a revenue measure.
Okay.
So if you produce more, and the price of those goods that you're producing actually come down, then your GDP would increase in output, but in terms of financial value, it will not increase. So, but what I didn't say, and the last slide, is what the outlook for the next 12 months. So first question, are you better off now than you were last year? Definitely not. You're struggling. But will you be better off at this time next year? The answer is yes. Why do I say that? Inflation is projected to decline from 33% to 18% in 2025. So by next year, right, end of next year, you'll be at 18% from 33%. That's a significant improvement in inflation. Fiscal stimulus, the federal government is going to put some money into the stimulus package and all of that, and that is about almost 6 to 7 trillion. Impact on GDP is not going to be that much, but it's going to be something. Minimum wage. Now we're talking about, the guys are asking for
400,000.
For 490,000 or something, and what's on the table is about 60,000. we think that we'll settle around 90,000. Even if you settle at 90,000, it will be 200% because the former minimum wage was 30. And you go, can companies afford this? Because if companies cannot afford this, then they are going to lay off people. So the union's aspiration should not just be for wages, but to ensure that their people are at work. So that's another thing. Gross fixed investment is bound to rise sharply in the next year. And the exchange rate will stabilize, in my judgment, at about 1,350 to 1,450, not 1,900 or 2,000.
Or 700.
No, so that's what it is. Economic growth will accelerate to 4 to 5% by 2025, 2026. And Nigeria could regain its position as Africa's largest economy by 2027, 2028.
Yeah, but Mr. Rani, I mean, even the drop in Nigeria's position,
yes.
The drop in the GDP, a lot has been connected to the fall in the value of the Naira. So is that the realistic, or is it just because of the value of the Naira?
No, part of it is a devaluation of the currency, because you compare when you're comparing GDPs, you use the dollar comparable. But that happens from time to time. But the reality is that Nigeria's growth rate is slower than its population growth rate, 1. 2, Nigeria has not been attracting investments, both domestic and international investment. So whilst we have solved the revenue problem, and Oyedele will attest to that, and that's why we are sharing more money, but the question of growth and investment, we have a growth problem, we have an investment problem, and that has to be addressed. But the time between when you put out those policies and when you get the impact is what we are trying. So for the next 12 months, last 12 months has been average outcome and difficult starting point. Next year, I think we are going to have great effort and above average outcome.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, Ms. Algie, let's bring it back to you. Let's talk about productivity, which is a big question. At the end of the day, everybody says productivity, productivity, productivity. Our balance of trade, from the numbers we see from the MBS, I think is in deficit.
Yes.
Ms. Algie Odumeje, if you can give us an answer to this particular question, what are we missing to ramp up production? We have a low-hanging fruit. We are seeing appreciation, but our target, we have not met it. So what are we missing in trying to ramp up production that we're not doing, and we're not seeing those numbers? FDIs maybe is a long-term thing. FPIs are coming in. FX accretion is coming in, but they can run away anytime. So let's talk about what we can do to improve our productivity.
Okay, I'll make it as fast as possible. I have a number of recommendations to make. One, Nigeria can never get productive if we don't have power to fuel activities in the economy. It's a major issue, and we're forgetting. We don't give it attention. We cannot run Nigerian economy, at the level of 4 to 5,000 watts of electricity. It's never done. It can never be done. Until we improve that, nothing can happen. So I suggest that some of my own opinion, though, some of the white elephant projects that we're talking about, maybe the coastal road from Calabar to wherever, can hold on a bit and we deal with this power issue. Everywhere else in Africa you go to, from Kigali to Nairobi to even other small cities, Freetown and so on, you have nearly 24-hour power supply. Why not Nigeria? Why can't we do that in Nigeria? We need to move to minimum of 20,000 megawatts of electricity for us to ensure productivity. 2, as we fight inflation, let us remember that Nigerian factories and producers can never be competitive if they have to borrow at 40%, 35% as it is right now. That's a productivity killer. Insecurity is a big issue. Because in the GDP measurement, you look at the export-import angle as you consider investment by corporate bodies. We need foreign investment coming in. Nigeria has been having almost a very poor show in foreign direct investment inflow into Nigeria. People are afraid of their lives, and because of bandits and so on, farmers cannot even produce. So local investment is suffering, foreign investment is also suffering. And then, looking at the Naira exchange problem too, that is a major issue for productivity, management. You cannot force an exporter to bring in dollar and exchange at a very low rate. And meanwhile, the person that does nothing gets the dollar and makes a big margin in around tripping. Central bank has to do further work to ensure that the very scarce dollar is efficiently allocated. This crazy idea of trying to create a particular rate and sell to PDCs and so on. It's never going to work. Let's focus on the reform they are doing already, insisting that market forces play a very big part. Why central bank plays some role to try to stabilize the market. If you ask me again, one last point, please. One last point, please. The size of government is still huge. The Orosaya report will say we are going to implement. We haven't heard much about it again. And mind you, whatever we have gained in revenue or saved from the subsidy, as long as government spending remains very large, in terms of the current size of government, we can make progress in terms of productivity.
All right, Mr. Oji, thank you. Let's go to Ms. Koyo Toyo in our Abuja studio. So I think I'll just speak on the last thing Mr. Odemezwe talked about, which is the price of gold, the cost of running the government. And we've had some pronouncements by the government, this present administration, reducing ministry, merging them, reducing portfolios and all of that. You are a former member of the House of Representatives. Is it so difficult, to actually, in real terms, reduce the cost of governance, reduce portfolios? I mean, tell us, perhaps it is the legal process that makes it difficult.
Absolutely. I think we have a history of having these big governments and running them as though that, there's this false impression in Nigeria that we're a very wealthy country and anything can happen. Even if you go to the National Assembly, for example, almost every member has a bill to create a university, a college, or something in their constituency or the other ongoing. So there's an endless demand on the side of government to do one thing or the other for a constituent or for the constituencies or the other. So there is an endless demand on one side, but there's also the constitutional question of what can you do and what can you not do outside and within the Constitution. There are things you can do within the Constitution which are legitimate, like, for example, nothing stops Mr. President from reducing the number of ministries he has, and even going to implement the Steve Orosanya report, which he talked about. All of that is within his powers to do. But we've seen that, contrary to the expectations of this government, he went ahead to appoint, I think, 40 or so ministers, which is in excess of what any other president has done. That in itself suggests to us that he wasn't in the business of reducing the number of persons in government. So in as much as that there is scope for him to do something, even within the constitutional ambit of what he hasn't done exactly that to the best of my knowledge. The other thing is that there is an intergovernmental level. I hear Mr. Rwani saying that in terms of revenue, we're seeing a lot more cash. But in terms of the management and use of that cash, we're seeing a lot more less control and less application in terms of solutions that we are looking for in the country. Let me quickly add that as much as I hear him say, Mr. Rwani say that next year the forecast will look better, I wonder what the situation will do for the huge food deficits that the country is going through. Climate change has not been addressed in the context of what it means for the future of food and the security of food, and that's something we need to pay a lot of attention to, and the implications for the long term in the country. I think what we need to see more, I hear him talk about the fiscal stimulus. I think what we need to see more is what the comprehensive plan for the next 4 years is. Let's get away from the flip-flop that we are seeing in policy, where one thing is tried, another thing is almost like an error, to a more certain and more determinable direction in terms of where policy of government is going. So we now know what the implications of removing PMS is. We know the implications of the measure of the exchange rates and all of that. What next do we do? And whatever we do, we must remember that the people are hurting. 90,000 naira is still a far cry in this inflationary context to deal with the extreme aggravated multi-dimensional nature of poverty that has been created in the last 1 year. Anybody who tries to ignore the intensity of that problem is actually also saying to us that, it's important to please the economic parameters and deal with the economic demands of our country.
If I may pause, we're totally out of time. Your thoughts are quite insightful, but we understand we're totally out of time. There's a tradition we have in assessing the president. So let's stay with you. Average, above average, below average in the last 1 year? Just a straight answer, madam. In the management of the economy.
I'm not impressed.
All right, let's come to Mr. Oji. Mr. Oji, if you're there, average, below average, above average?
Well, I will suggest average. I won't say far below average. The intentions have been good, but the timing of the policies have not been right, and the management of those policies are not quite okay. Average, they can do better.
All right, let's go to Mr. Enang. Mr. Enang, quick one. Mr. Enang, if you...
Definitely for me, I'm going to say we need to put into context the fact that the president inherited an economy that was almost failing completely, and to put a lot of initiatives to actually even give a viable chance.
All right, although we didn't get it, so let's put it on record. Average, below average, above average. We had a network connection. Average.
Above average.
Above average.
Above average.
Mr. Arwani,
yeah,
you're the numbers man.
Maybe you want to give us percentage.
Efforts commendable.
Okay.
Outcome average.
Wow. We must thank all of you for your insight. Mr. Oji Udumeze, Managing Consultant, CEO, Flame Academy and Consulting Limited, Dr. Wisdom Enang, Oil and Gas Expert, Mrs. Nkoyo Toyo, former member of the House of Representatives and Development Expert, as well as Mr. Bismarck Rwani, CEO of Financial Derivatives. Thank you so much, as always, gentlemen and lady, for coming through. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, exactly, one of the things I wanted to ask, we didn't have time. We've seen the NNPC numbers good in terms of profit. When they posted negative in 2018, almost a trillion naira, now they're posting 2.2, but their operating margin is something to speak about when you look at the 8 trillion they generated in terms of revenue. Maybe the minister will answer that, but...
Don't worry, we have all of that conversations on Business Morning and Business Incorporated. We always have time there.
All right, John Mekwa joined us to explore the conversation. He's a businesswoman, by the way. All right, thank you so much. Well, we'll take this commercial break and we'll throw it over to our Abuja studios. Join us again.
Welcome back to our assessment of 1 year of the president. Yes, you're watching us live from our studios here in Abuja. Well, now we're joined by Senator Hanneke Lokpiri, who is the Minister of State for Petroleum. Good evening, and thank you for coming on today.
Thank you. Good evening.
Well, I know you did give some analysis in terms of what's going on with your ministry some time ago, but yes, as much as you may have reeled out a lot of figures, which you may take us through soon, but how do you then relate when people say, in spite of all of those things, they still can't see it impact their lives positively?
Well, thank you very much. Nigeria is a very big country with a population of 230 million people, as projected. And so what may make significant impact in some smaller countries may not make the same impact in Nigeria. But a good place to start is that, look, 1 year ago, President Tinubu was elected, sworn in President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And at the time I was appointed as Minister of State Petroleum Resources, he gave me a very clear mandate: go and increase production. It was an order. And when I assumed office, we were producing about 1 million barrels. Today, we are doing an average of about 1.5 billion barrels. Sometimes we got up to 1.7 million barrels, which effectively takes care of what is projected in our budget. Our budget is predicated at 1.7 million barrels per, of oil production per day. And we're averaging, about 1.5 million barrels per day. We're doing 1.7 effectively, but recently, because of some routine maintenance, because of, pipeline leakages, there is a shortfall of about 200-something thousand barrels per day.
Do we still have leakages?
Of course we do. Our pipelines are over, some of them are as old as 70 years. The lifespan of those pipelines are all over. It requires huge capital investment to replenish them. Part of the challenges that we face as a country is that in the last 1 decade, there has been no investment in the oil and gas sector. Reason, the PIA took longer than expected to be passed, and so there was no stable governance regulatory framework.
And investors who sit in their offices in America, in Europe, will look at the global stage and say, look, we have $50 billion of investment. How much do we invest in A? How much do we invest in Nigeria? How much do we invest in Venezuela? How much do we invest in Guyana? And at the end of the day, look at different indices to determine whether Nigeria is one of the investable destinations. Oh, but don't be surprised when, the global CEO of Total, who said in Kigali that there has been no investment in 12 years. It is true. But the good news is that when this government came, we've been able to rekindle the confidence of the investing community. And that was why in my, statement in the radio house, I said, look, forget about Angola. I mean, the $6 billion in Angola. We have a couple of investments.
So is it that doesn't matter?
It matters, but you can't stop investors from going to wherever they want to invest.
No, but he says
there are different considerations.
The policies that we've got here.
Yes, but the policies we have are the ones that have been able to attract also some investments. And I said, I don't want to give the details, but we have a company that will soon announce $10 billion of investment. We have another group that will invest about $5 billion. We have another group that will invest $1.6 billion. And so many other investors. The reason why they're coming is that they now know that there's a new government, with a new direction, that is also changing the policies and making Nigeria also one of the best investment destinations. Our fiscals are now globally competitive. Our regulatory framework is stable. And we're doing everything humanly possible to see how we can regain their confidence so that they can come back to invest. I can assure you that in the next, few weeks, months, we'll be able to announce those big investments. I can assure you that.
2 months.
Well, it could be less than 2 months. It could be about 2 months.
The $16 billion investment.
It's more than that. I just wanted to be concerned, but I can assure you that between now and the end of the year, we'll do much more than $20 billion. I can assure you that. And the reason why this is happening is because the investors now have confidence that there's a stable, regulatory, framework. The President himself has signed some executive orders that are, targeted at ensuring and assuring the public that, look, Nigeria is ready for business. And I can assure you that we're also doing things differently. The way, things are done in other crimes won't be better than the way we're doing things now. Look, in the petroleum, sector, from time to time, those who are, given licenses to operate will have one reason or the other to visit the minister's office. Before I came, you need to know the minister. You need to see the minister before your licenses are extended, before permits are given. Right now, you don't need to know me. No file stays on my table till the next day. I've removed all the bureaucracy, and I said, look, any file that comes from NUPRC, from NMDPRA, from NMPC, be brought to my attention even if I'm at home, even if I'm outside the country, so that I'll be able to give necessary action to it, so that we don't delay, any of those, letters. So the point I'm laboring to make is that Nigerians have nothing to worry about. We have a new climate that is globally competitive. Our fiscals, our regulatory framework, everything is stable. And I can assure Nigerians that within Tinubu's first year in office, we've been able to regain the confidence of the investing community. You can recall that the global CEO of Total came to Nigeria, held a meeting with me, with Mr. President, and the stakeholders. Before he went to Kigali, he met with us on Saturday. He went to Kigali and made an announcement. All the facts he said they are true. To destroy is very easy, but to rebuild is always difficult. We have been able to rebuild the confidence of Nigeria as the best investment destination for the oil and gas sector.
Honorable Minister, I think the taste of the pudding will be in the eating. I think that, when we finally begin to hear those investments, we will know whether or not investors now finally have that confidence which you speak so eloquently of. But you've talked about the mandate that was given to you, what your goal is to increase production. You said on average now we're doing 1.5 million barrels per day. Before now, we do know that there was a time when this country was aiming to do at least 2 million, sometimes 2.2 million barrels per day. So we're still a far cry from where we used to be. So that goal is still, what will it take for us to get back there?
Now, recall that I said that when I assumed office as minister, what we're producing was about 1 million. So we have increased our production by 50%. No matter how you look at it, you know that this government has tried, within this 1 year to ensure that we increase production by at least 50%. And we're doing more than 50%. We're doing on average about 1% million barrels. Now, what we need to do is to ensure that all our shut-in wells, there are thousands of shut-in wells. I'll give you an example. There are some oil blocks that have 170 wells. There's one, where my 11 has 170 wells. Out of that, maybe less than 10 are producing. Ask yourself the question, even if you produce 1,000 barrels from the remaining 160 wells, there's another 160,000 barrels a day.
Isn't that the owners
the reason is that people were simply not investing.
So the owners of those shut-in wells, is it that they're not interested in production or what? Since they don't exactly have to explore, I think where the investments we have been looking for is in exploration. These are wells we know already have the product.
Well, these are questions for those people who operate in those wells to answer. But the point I'm making is that, look, there are thousands of shut-in wells, and as we came, part of the policy is that you must put every available well into production. Oil and gas has only, value once it is brought out from the soil to the market to be sold. That is when you have value. And so part of the policy is that we must, ensure that every shut-in well is given to people who have the technical and financial capacity to be able to extract the oil and take it to the market to sell so that Nigeria can get its value.
Well, while your mandate was very clear, I think that also the president did make an announcement on the very first day, which shook not just the economy, but shook the markets as well. When you hear the president say fuel subsidy is gone, there were immediate ramifications and implications for what the president said. That was felt everywhere. Petrol prices went up almost instantly as the NNPC responded to what was happening at the pump stations. And then we also saw that, that had a cascading effect on the prices of food. This is where we currently are. There are rumors that it's unclear if that is really the situation because we haven't really heard anything concrete from government in that regard with regards to subsidy. Has it been reintroduced?
No, let me say categorically that the president as rightly, said, on the day he was sworn in, he said subsidy is gone. President was misunderstood, clearly. The last government, Buhari's government, did not make any provision for subsidy in the 2023 budget. So whether anybody said it or not, subsidy was gone. What the president, in his characteristic style of speaking truth, was to say, look, in the last 2023 budget, there is no provision for subsidy, so subsidy is gone. And I can confirm to you that subsidy is gone. But that doesn't mean that, from time to time, there could be strategic intervention from time to time. But officially, subsidy
what does
is gone.
Strategic intervention from time to time mean?
Yes, if we look at section 64M of the PIA, NNPC, as a national oil company, also has a legal obligation, to also intervene from time to time as, the last resort that, the country could have to ensure that there is availability of products, affordability of products.
Is it subsidy?
That is what the law said.
No, I mean, what does it
I'm only telling you that, look, that is what the law says.
Yeah, specific in terms of, so that when people see, they all understand.
If you want specific, I think that the best question, the best thing to do is to ask NNPC that the law places that burden.
You're the supervisory minister.
Yes, but the law places, the law didn't place that burden on the minister. The law places the burden on NNPC. That's the corporate
are you being political with us now?
No, I'm not political.
Because,
I'm only saying the truth.
If you
but the point is that there's no subsidy. President has said there's no subsidy. And look, let us also, thank the president for having the courage to say that. You and I know that without, subsidy being removed, Nigeria would have been like Venezuela.
Well, you do know that, you know, that
Nigerians may not appreciate what the effect of what the president has done, but sometimes when you are taking people towards a direction that is best for them, they may not know. But at the end of the day, they know that that was the best decision.
You do know that, you know, that has had grave implications on everything, on even the price of food. I don't know if you witnessed the segment just before ours, you know, Mr. Bismarck Rwane breaking down just what is happening with inflation, especially with subsidy gone and also the flotation of the naira, which we understand is what has now necessitated this intervention which you speak of. The question now is, what name will we call that intervention if the NNPC is intervening from time to time, as you've said? What shall we call it? Isn't that subsidy reintroduced?
Yeah, no, I don't want to call it any subsidy, and I don't want to speculate on whatever name you want to call it. But, you know, also ask yourself the question, what is Nigeria's inflation compared to our neighbors in the West African sub-region? It's a global thing. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. This inflation is global.
We know what
has
caused ours, Honorable Minister, but one of the promises we got was that when subsidy left or when subsidy leaves, we should be able to revive our refineries. Port Harcourt is supposed to have come on stream. Kaduna, we understand. Kaduna and Warri, we understand works are currently ongoing. We even had high hopes for the Dangote refinery, the private refinery, which was supposed to be, which has finally come on stream. But you know, people are yet to see the effect of that on the prices at which they are buying petrol. So do you, and also diesel, do you want to comment on what exactly is happening with the refineries?
Yeah, well, first of all, let me say that the refineries rehabilitation program started under the previous administration. The contracts for the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery, Warri refinery, and Kaduna refinery were awarded by the previous administration, although by NNPC, as it were. But I also, you know, believe that, yes, as Minister, NNPC reports to me, but, you know, it is what they tell me. I'm not there. I'm not there in Port Harcourt refinery. These were projects that I met on ground. And when I came, I visited all the refineries. It is what they briefed me. It's a brief they gave to me that I told Nigerians that this refinery will be ready at so time. I also do know that I went to Port Harcourt in December, you know, when the flares came on. I've also gone to Warri, you know, and advanced work has been done. Port Harcourt, from the information that I've been told, from the reports available to me, shows that hydrocarbon has been introduced. I also want to draw your attention to...
But we have some experts in that same sector who said that was not flue gas. What the flare was not flue gas.
Yeah, we didn't say it was, well, whatever name anybody calls it. As far as I'm concerned,
said it wasn't flue gas. That was deception.
No, that's not true.
Was there flue gas?
What is flue gas? Did you ask them what is flue gas?
No, but they reported to you. Did they tell you it was flue gas?
I went there and I saw the flares. What they said was that the refinery was mechanically ready. That doesn't mean that it was going to produce, you know, refined products immediately. That's why I want to draw your attention to when President Buhari, you know, commissioned the Dangote refinery. Between the time he commissioned it and the time Dangote started producing, it took how many months? That tells you that when you go to a refinery, there are so many things that are there. It's a gigantic
But they gave us
facility.
December that the facilities will produce in December.
Yes, that is why I'm saying
that didn't happen.
That is why I'm saying that it will be more desirable. And I think Nigerians are entitled, you know, to hear directly from NNPC that is in charge of the rehabilitation. Although they report to me, but these were projects that were awarded before I came, and these are projects that are directly done by NNPC. So what I can commit is that I will try and ensure that NNPC comes to you guys, so they can, you know, give Nigerians, you know, the truth. But the point is that we're doing whatever we can to ensure that we complete the rehabilitation of these 3 refineries. But don't forget that when Dangote refinery, which we also have a stake, you know, was commissioned by the previous administration, it took them over 6-7 months for them to start producing.
So are you
that tells you that that tells you that when they say a refinery is ready, it doesn't mean that
December. We should expect what?
Well, as I told you,
August.
when I came, you know, it was based on the report. Now, when you become minister, all agencies will report to you. And I put a report to me. Part of the report they gave to me was what formed the basis of my speaking to Nigerians that it will be ready by December. But the point we are now is NNPC coming to China's television or coming public to say, look,
but
this is...
Before they come, what have they told you as to when will the PH refinery be on stream?
Well, the reports, they give me reports weekly. The report I have on my table before I came here is that hydrocarbon has been introduced, which means that, within the shortest possible time.
To the Port Harcourt refinery.
To the Port Harcourt, phase 1 of the Port Harcourt refinery. Port Harcourt refinery has 2 phases. We have the phase 1 and, the phase 2. The phase 1 completed mechanically, they have introduced hydrocarbon. Even when you introduce hydrocarbon, you need to check whether there are leaks. It's a very gigantic, facility.
So, long and short is that we're unable to say precisely when we will begin to get products from the Port Harcourt refinery.
The report available to me shows that within the next quarter.
Okay. If I could follow up on this fuel subsidy matter.
And don't misquote me, I say the reports available to me from NNPC indicate that within, I'm using the word within deliberately. Within means that it could be next week, it could be, within the next quarter. Hydrocarbon, will
so they're giving themselves leeway to see,
be sold to the public.
Talk to us about this. In July 2023, when after subsidy, all of that scenario, the NNPC did announce that the removal of petrol subsidy had reduced imports and consumption to less than 40 million liters a day. But then 4 weeks ago, the report came through. The NNPC is saying that they had imported the volume of 2.7 million tons of PMS. That's about 3.6 billion liters for January and February 2024. That's an average of 61 million liters a day. So, what's going on? These figures don't add up.
Yeah, thank God you said that, it's NNPC that made those statements. I think it's always better we invite NNPC, and let the NNPC that made those statements come and defend whatever statements that they have made. It's not good for me sitting here, to speculate whether whatever NNPC has said is right or wrong. But the point must be made that at the time, NNPC made the initial statement, I was the minister. Now I am minister, and I can assure you that, look, we do an average of about 50 to 60 million liters per day. That is the report they give to me. I am not on the ground. As minister, what I need to do is to provide political leadership and ensure that they report to me from time to time. But you must also appreciate the fact that this is one government that has ensured that there's product availability, an easy supply of products. Last year, December, was perhaps one of the few, festive seasons I've seen in recent time where there was no fuel scarcity. It took a lot of work by stakeholders, the ministry, to NNPC, to NMDPRA, to stakeholders like Kipman, Moman, everybody involved to ensure that there was product availability, last December. Also, when you see queues, from time to time, check. NNPC filling stations sell, maybe sometimes 50 to 80 naira below what independent, marketers sell. So when you see people going to queue, because they want to get fuel at a lower price, that doesn't mean there's fuel scarcity.
Well, government Minister, we have been told that even that price differential
availability, in Nigeria.
We've been told that price differential between the NNPC and other marketers is an anomaly, and it's something that shows the distortions in the markets. It's not quite straightforward.
It's not an anomaly. You may go to ShopRite, buy a packet of milk.
True. Yes, we know.
For a higher price, you go to a shop by the corner.
What we're saying is that between markets, between the government-owned company and the other marketers, the disparity, the difference should not be 80 naira. That's quite steep, you acknowledge. But let's move on to other issues, which is this issue of gas. I mean, you've talked about what you're doing in investment, trying to ensure that Nigeria has a more conducive environment for investment. And we've been told that we have about 38% of Africa's reserves. Only 4% of the investments are coming to us. Only recently, the president commissioned a few projects in Imo and Delta states, which is supposed to have an effect on what is happening locally. Can you tell us what effect that will have on power supply and also perhaps on the production of CNG, which is another thing we're looking at?
Yeah, first of all, I don't like speaking about gas because there is a substantive minister of state in charge of gas. And so, contrary to the past where one minister was overseeing both gas and, oil, now we are two. So it's always good that, you refer those gas questions, to my colleague. However, it's important to state that, look, Nigeria, is more of a gas country than an oil country because of the level of reserves that we have. And we've also adopted gas as a transition fuel. And there are robust government policies, to implementing gas as a transition fuel. And that is why you see programs like, CNG, being, a fuel for our vehicles, and LPG being our clean cooking gas. And there are, several government programs that are already being implemented towards ensuring that, we achieve that. And then, that most of our power plants are gas-powered. And so the recent commissioning of Mr. President of those two strategic, investments that were made by Seplat and by Sterling will, boost our domestic supply, will increase, the supply that is needed, for industrial growth, for LPG, for CNG, and I can assure you that more investments, are coming.
Okay, I think you will be aware of this matter, pardon me. This story that has been making the rounds for a while, it says that there was a vessel that was carrying PMS as 20.4 million liters. It was supposed to discharge the whole cargo into this Taurus oil depot in Cocoa Warri. I'm sure you must have heard about that, under this throughput shortage contract. And then they say that the vessel discharged 7 million liters of PMS and 9.8 million liters of water. Yes, water. And then the owners and operators of that depot discovered this, reported it to the NNPC Retail, who happened to be the ones who brought that in, and then also notified the NNDPRA, the regulators and stakeholders, rather than eventually they shut down the depot. And it appeared that it was for reporting this anomaly. Until date, we've seen reports of protests in different places, and the depot is still shut. Are you aware of this?
Yes, I'm aware. I saw it on television, and then so what I did was to direct the appropriate authorities to give me a brief. And I'm still awaiting the brief. When I get the brief, I like to speak the truth, to Nigerians. It's not good to speculate at this level on any issue. But I saw it, and immediately I gave a directive that I need a brief on it, and I'm waiting for the brief. When the brief comes, I will share.
Did you give them a deadline as to when they should give you the brief?
Maybe I would have given them a deadline, but now that you've reminded me, tomorrow as I get to the office, I'll call for it and I'll give them a deadline if the brief is on my table.
When do we expect to hear from you, from the public?
As soon as possible. As soon as possible. There's no way that will be acceptable, in view of what we're doing to reform the sector. There's no way somebody will import, such, quality of, PMS, and those good Nigerians who reported such an infraction, they will commend it instead of being sanctioned. So there's no way we'll allow that.
So you agree that that's a sanction? It appears is a sanction.
No. It's not good for us to speculate. I said, look, I want a brief on it. And so but if their claim is correct, there's no way that can be allowed to go free. Those who are guilty will be brought to book. This is a government that's, committed to accountability. We are not going to allow anybody who will, who will be found wanting in that manner, be allowed to go free. I can assure you that. But I can share my brief with you,
Well, I appreciate that if you do. Yeah. We'll look forward to that, so that the public can indeed know.
Yeah.
I find it interesting, and when we're talking about increasing oil output, which is within your remit, you talked about how it's as a result of, the fact that we're not able to finally get to 2 million barrels per day is as a result of leaking pipelines, shutting oil wells, etc. Not a lot has been said about vandalization and oil theft. Is that a thing that is behind us now?
No, not necessarily behind us. Criminality is part of our society. Anywhere in the world, you see criminality. But we have been able to reduce oil thefts, to the barest minimum. And that is why you're also seeing part of, the output. Like I said, and I always say it, that look, when we came into office, we're doing an average of 1 million barrels. The fact that we're doing about 1.5 million barrels on the average is a 50% increment. And I can assure you that, we will do whatever we can to continue to increase, oil production. But criminality will never go away. In any society, whether in the West or in Africa, oil vandals will always, be oil vandals. But
So
we'll do whatever
all
we
theft
can.
is something that we'll have to deal with perennially on the long term.
Oil theft is something that we will eliminate within the shortest possible time. We're doing whatever we can to do that. We will eliminate it within the shortest possible time. But what I'm saying is that either oil theft or pipeline vandalization, criminality is criminality. And there are criminals everywhere in the world. You can't completely eliminate criminality from the society. What we are doing, as it is in any society, is to reduce the level of criminality. You can't.
Is it wrong?
You can't completely eliminate criminality.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, is it wrong for the people to expect that since they're looking forward to Dangote refinery, and then the challenge of either shortage of petroleum products and all of such products in the country, scarcity will be a thing of the past?
Yes. If you look at the combined capacity of the Dangote refinery, our 3 national refineries, together with the multi-day refineries.
The national ones that are not working.
Those ones are also undergoing rehabilitation. And we believe that in this year, 2024, we'll be able to complete the rehabilitation of our national refineries. When I became minister, I've also signed, up to 5 modular refineries. Some of them have different capacities, some 10,000, some 5,000, some 30,000. And if you look at the combined capacity of those that are already operating, although not in the capacity, not in their full capacity, we have a combined capacity of about 1.1 million barrels per day. If, we'll get to the point where, and I hope we'll get there by the end of the year, if we're able to refine 1.1 billion barrels a day, then we do not need to import any more fuel, any more refined products from anywhere in the world. That means that the dollars that are being used to import refined petroleum products will remain in the country, and that will strengthen the economy. That will be available for financing of other sectors of the economy.
Yeah, but
And that is
Minister,
our objective. And I can assure you...
I'm here to interrupt you, but there is this issue now that we hear that, the Dangote refinery is importing crude oil from the United States.
But let me also tell you that, for the Kaduna refinery, we're importing fuel, we're importing crude from Venezuela. Because that is the blend that the plant was made for. Dangote, I don't want us to be dragged into that Dangote importing, crude from the US or whatever. The reason is this. That's why I tell you the example. I'll give you the example of the Kaduna refinery right from when it was built. Because of the peculiarities of that refinery.
But that's a different case.
It's not different.
For this Dangote
No,
refinery.
the point I'm making is this.
Yeah.
The Dangote say that it doesn't have, crude from Nigeria? Did he say that he doesn't have enough crude from
Does he have crude from Nigeria?
No. Did he say that he doesn't have...
No, you're the minister. They report to you.
No, but you are the one asking me.
Yeah,
But the point I'm making...
Honorable Minister, we'll tell you what we hear out there. What we hear out there is that Nigeria's crude has been pledged in debts. And that's why we're unable to supply the Dangote refinery sufficient quantity for what it needs to be able to get going. Is that true?
You see, the point is this, and I hate to speculate. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to clarify. This is what is out there in the Nigerian commentary space. That's why I say, look, it will be imperative, for certain questions to be posed to NNPC for them to answer.
Who will pose them? Will you pose them to them? Because
No. The journalists, you as journalists that are asking me these questions, I'm not NNPC. I'm minister, and there are. There are about 7 parastatals, 7 agencies, including NNPC, that report to me. And so I can't speak for all of them when it comes to details. But it's important that Nigerians know the truth. And if you want to go, on a voyage of discovering the real truth, I think it's important that you engage NNPC.
So what is the real truth with regards to this particular situation? Is it true that our crude oil the crude oil which you are working so hard to increase production of, is it true that it's been pledged in debt, and so we cannot supply the Dangote refinery?
I don't want to dwell on whether our crude has been pledged before we came into office, you know, but my ambition is to increase production, even if, you know, we increase production by another, we've increased it by 500,000 barrels, which is 50%. We increased it by another 500,000 barrels. Whatever anybody speculates, that means more money for government to be able to finance other critical sectors of the economy. What I'm, you know, preoccupied, you know, with now is to ensure that we do what is necessary, attracting the right investments, ensuring that we ramp up production, so that we can get more money. And my ambition is that by the end of the year, we should have capacity to be able to, you know, do about 2.5.
How do we get more money if it's been pledged for debt?
Assuming, but without considering, that any quantity of crude has been pledged for debt, and we increase the production. The new one you produce is not pledged now.
So at least you hold on this pledge. So we wait for
I'm
the
not
new
saying
ones.
that the hold on this pledge. That's why I say I don't want to speculate. It's good for those questions to be answered by NNPC. It would be nice for me to come on national television and speak based on speculations. Please, my appeal is that journalists, it's good for NNPC to answer certain questions.
Honourable Minister,
I shouldn't be dragged into what...
NNPC hasn't given you any of such brief ever since you 1 year on, ever since this government came into power. You don't have any such information?
Well, Chamberlain...
That is out there in the public domain, Honourable Minister?
Well, whatever you have in the public domain, if you have the details, you won't be asking me.
So that's what
whatever you have in the public domain is still speculation. And I'm saying that...
So why don't you douse that speculation?
What I'm saying is...
Why don't you stop the speculation by telling us what it is?
Chamberlain, give this government kudos for increasing production by 50%. And I can assure you that by the end of the year, we'll increase it by more than 100%. That's my target. And I don't want to be distracted.
By the one that has been pledged for that.
I don't want to be distracted by this speculation, by these stories of NNPC, you know, pledged.
No, Honourable Minister, let me tell you why that
is
is important. I mean, for those who are talking about it. Because you were just talking about how, you know, if we're able to increase production and also produce and refine locally, that we will not need to import petroleum products, we will save dollars. But the question now is, if we're importing the crude, which we need for our refineries, it means that we will still be spending the dollars which we're trying to save on importing this crude oil product. I mean, isn't that correct?
No. You see, the first, and get me well, what I said was that Nigeria had always imported crude based on the peculiarities of the refineries. And that was why I was giving the example of the Kaduna refinery. We were importing fuel from Venezuela. Nigeria's crude is one of the lightest in the world. It's one of the sweetest in the world. Some refineries are not, you know, calibrated for that. And that was why the Kaduna refinery was one that was meant to refine very thick, you know, crude. And so they were importing from Venezuela. So it's not happening for the first time. If for whatever reason, you know, Dangote is importing crude from outside Nigeria, it should be based on this business model. Sometimes you may want to import so that you can mix the Nigerian crude together with whatever crude you want to. But these are issues that I want to talk about when we have the full facts.
Okay, well, the truth is, when we started speaking with you, I had a plethora of questions I wanted to ask you based on previous conversations that we've had. You know, now he's Minister of State Petroleum, and I remember then, you know, he was very insistent that Minister of State and Minister, they're all ministers. There's no junior minister, there's no senior minister.
But that's the truth.
As recognized by our constitution.
Yes.
So I don't want to go into that, you know, that controversy.
And I'm speaking as minister that the president has placed in charge of oil. I'm not speaking as a junior minister. There's not a junior minister in our constitution.
Oh, okay.
The law says that.
That's given. But I also wanted to quickly get your opinion on the new national anthem. This reversal to the national anthem, which we have now, which we understand has now been signed into law. Are you welcoming of it?
Of course. There's nothing wrong with it.
It hasn't followed due process.
What due process are we talking about? When, you know, the National Assembly that is duly, you know, vested with the responsibility of making laws and made a law, and I sent it to Mr. President for assent, what more due process are you talking about?
Public hearing.
Doesn't need to. I mean, I was speaker in 1999. in Bayelsa Senatorial Assembly. I was a senator for 8 years. I was a very ranking senator. And then I was minister in 2015, to 2019. As far as I know, public hearing is not compulsory. Every law is meant to pass through 3 stages. First reading, second reading, and third reading. And so if public hearing wasn't conducted by National Assembly, it is not part of the process of passing a law. It is not a legal requirement. It is something just to get the public to make an input. And the public input most of the times is irrelevant. It is what the members who are elected to pass laws. For the good governance of the country, that is material. And they've done that in exercise of the authority.
The minister didn't refer us to the Senate president for this one. So, Senator Haidek, you look is the Minister of State for Petroleum. Thank you for coming on today.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
All right, so we'll be back in just a moment. Don't forget, our colleagues are also in Lagos, and we'll continue with a review of 1 year on of this administration. Don't go away.
My message to Nigerians is for them to keep hope alive, to remain prayerful, supportive of the administration, and for them to be rest assured that if there is anything any government can do to better the lot of Nigerians, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government will do so. And don't forget that you are bringing a president who is tested and trusted, a man who has the experience in all spheres of governance. He has tested the private sector, rose to the level of a treasurer in ExxonMobil, and of course, as a governor of Lagos State, he laid the blueprint that today has led to what we are seeing, Lagos being one of the most prosperous cities in the whole of Africa, with probably the largest economy of any city in West Africa. You look at his achievements in the area of IGR, internally generated revenue. He made Lagos at 600 million, and by the time he put the policy in place today, Lagos is churning out almost 60 billion in a month as IGR. And the same way in Nigeria, what he has started today has already started to rear fruits and to bear fruits. So my message is very simple. Keep hope alive. Pray for the president. Pray for his administration. But be very, very hopeful and be rest assured that things will definitely get better, despite the messy situation that we met on ground economically. And I do know that with the commitment shown by this present administration and the efforts so far, the sky is the limit for the country.
Welcome back to our global headquarters here in the nation's commercial nerve center, Lagos. And of course, we're continuing that conversation, looking at the president's performance in the last 1 year. He took that oath a year ago, made promises. We're checking out those promises, how well, the successes, the failures, the challenges, and the opportunities that it has presented all of us. This is the reality we face today, and that's why we're having this conversation. And now we're changing the conversation to the area of health. I've been joined on the program by the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. He joins us via Zoom. Professor Ali Pate joins us. Professor Pate, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Prof, let's start with the polls. We had a conversation with your Minister of State, Mr. Tunji Alausa, and he said that in the last year, given what has happened, that our health sector is no longer in crisis. Do you share that view, and what is prompting that level of confidence to say that our health sector is no longer in crisis?
I am very optimistic that the path of transformation that the health sector has been on the way for the last 1 year is one that will lead us to a better, safer, healthier Nigeria. And there are very tangible elements to tell you that, in fact, we're on that path. We're expanding our primary healthcare system through working with the states and local governments all across Nigeria through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund in the sector-wide approach as part of the President's Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative. We're retraining our health workforce. Even our professional unions and associations have been very constructively engaged, and I believe that we're all pulling together in the same direction. We're equipping our facilities, teaching hospitals, we're revamping the infrastructure, the health infrastructure, which had not been unattended to for a very long time. We've had several pieces of equipment delivered, physical infrastructure constructed, as well as what we have planned to do this year in terms of revamping those, including the cancer equipment and infrastructure. We're producing more, I think, of what we need in terms of consumables. I think you will see even more going forward, whether they are test kits, whether it's generic pharmaceuticals. Our industries have suffered, but I believe that that suffering, they also recognize that it's a phase that we're emerging from. In terms of outbreaks, we used to have major outbreaks. You will recall this year when we had meningitis outbreaks, we stamped on it very quickly, and we deployed within 2 weeks the first pentavalent meningococcal vaccine, which stopped the outbreak and the epidemic in its tracks. Diphtheria, which was a major issue when we came in 14 states of the country, it's no longer in the news. Lassa fever, unfortunately, we lost some lives, but it could have been a lot worse than it is. We're revamping our effort on eliminating the variant polioviruses and improving routine immunization. We massively expanded the human papillomavirus vaccine, one of the highest in the world. In October, the President, Her Excellency, the First Lady, launched it in 15 states, and we had almost 80% coverage for the target population, one of the highest in the world, and that has been acknowledged. And the second phase has just started. This is day 2, and it's going very well across our country. So all in all, to say that Nigeria's health transformation under the leadership of the President is already underway, and we should believe and work hard together with all our partners, civil society, private sector, to make sure that health, at least, is one area where this administration leaves a lasting legacy. And the President's position on that is very clear.
All right, Prof. There's a difference between a plan, a projection, efforts, and results. And speaking to results, which is why I asked that question about crisis. It is good to have a plan. You've listed some of this plan, but the truth is that our primary health care is not in a good state. Out-of-pocket spending is on a high, and we can all agree to that. So I'm trying to investigate what is the premise of this statement or this allusion, if you can respond to that.
So if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. For 20 years or so, we have had a health system that floundered in a large extent because the federal government, states, and local government who had responsibilities in health had not come together. For the first time, we have a national health system. We had a compact that was signed. We had an investment program that is financed and has funded primary healthcare centers all across Nigeria in the last few months through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. So the legacy, the historical perspective and the mindset in the minds of few is still with us. But the reality is that if you go to our communities today, there are many primary healthcare centers that are getting direct facility financing. There are health workers that are beginning to be retrained. The trainers have been trained all across Nigeria, and soon it will be escalated all over the country, and we aim for 120,000 of them. That hasn't happened. Look, for 13 years, the community health workers had used standards of practice that were developed, finalized in 2010. This administration has revamped those guidelines. In terms of even basic infrastructure, do you remember the last time Nigeria invested in cancer infrastructure? 6 of them across each of the geopolitical zones. The massive increase in the capital expenditure on health that we're seeing in this administration, we've not seen it in 10 years in Nigeria. So this is not pie in the sky. This is real, tangible action. And I mentioned in our scorecard, the 179 pieces of equipment that were procured in our teaching hospitals. 4.5 million Nigerians accessing inpatient hospitals in 33 teaching hospitals, and 1.6 million Nigerians getting inpatient care in those same hospitals. This is not pie in the sky. This is real results. Now, there's a mindset in the Nigerian elite to always downgrade what this country is trying to, or what this president is trying to do. But the reality is that it's a long game. In 1 year, we've done a lot if you compare with what may have been over the last few years as well in health. And I'm very confident to say that we're on a path. The question is, as we go forward, as Nigerians, across different spectrums of ideologies, with our external partners, with civil society,
Indeed.
go forward. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, Honorable Minister, we could even expand that conversation to find out just how fast enough that funding for primary healthcare has taken off. But let's manage our time and look at the personnel required to drive the huge investment in infrastructure that the federal government is making. In the last 5 years, reports are to the effect that between 15,000 to 16,000 doctors have left Nigeria, and that in fact, there are only 50,000 doctors left in Nigeria. And the same is affecting other cadre of healthcare workers. We gather that about 15,000 nurses have left Nigeria. And the Association of Doctors, part of its demands is that there should be recruitment as part of intervention to save the health workforce in the country. Do you have contrary data, Honorable Minister, that indeed recruitment is ongoing to make up for the deficit in workforce in Nigeria's health sector? And
Yes.
what's the federal government doing to salvage this brain drain?
Yes, I'll give you facts, not historical trends, which had changed under this administration. We increased the quota for training of health workers. We doubled it. That is going to take a few years before the training increases for you to see the impact of that. But that's a decisive policy step. Now, in terms of recruitment through the primary healthcare system, 2,497 nurses, midwives, doctors have been deployed in our primary healthcare centers over the last 1 year. This is real fact. Now, the president directed, in fact, the waivers to allow our hospitals to employ to be decentralized to the Federal Ministry of Health. And since that has happened, the recruitment of health professionals in our hospitals has improved and is going to continue to improve. Now, there are trends that we also see of many of our professionals trying to come back to Nigeria to work either in the private sector or some even contribute in the public sector. There are several of them, some of them in the state governments and some in the private sector, and that is ongoing and we should continue. The issue of human resources is not limited to Nigeria, it's a global shortage. You just need to look at the United Kingdom or United States. They're all facing these issues. But in Nigeria, we're taking decisive actions and in fact asking the recipient countries to see how they can expand the training of those professionals in our country so that we can be able to continue to deliver services at home. It's a long journey. We have started. The president has a vision and we have laid out a plan and we're executing on that plan. Now, of course, people can choose to really ignore those changes over time, but I will say that we are moving forward and that the human resources issues that we have had for many years, we're beginning to solve them.
So let's talk about some of the issues around the pharmaceutical industry. It was one of the major casualties when it comes to how the economy played on some of these businesses. GSK, we have Sanofi and a couple of others that have left the shores of the country or literally lowered the level of production within the country. And we see surge in the prices of products. Some product that used to buy less than 10,000 is going as far as 40-something thousand to 50-something thousand. So when you say to someone who is diabetic or has some of these terminal diseases, there's improvement, and he sees the differentials in numbers, he begins to feel that, are you telling me what I don't know, or I'm not a witness to my own experiences? So what is the government doing to make sure that this is reversed? It's a critical point in our health sector.
Look, there's a narrative that people may want to sort of hold on to. The fact that we have 70% of our generics being imported for decades, that didn't start under this administration. But the fact that 99% of medical devices that are in Nigeria are imported, that didn't start with this administration. But in October, the president launched a specific initiative to unlock the healthcare value chain. to manufacture some of these items in Nigeria. And we have at least 3 entities that are beginning to lay the foundation. One is already producing test kits, for instance, in Lagos. And there are pharmaceutical industry players that are coming in. Now, GSK, Sanofi, were they producing in Nigeria? They were using Nigeria as a marketing post. They import products, brand them, and market them to us. We're addressing the fundamental issues from a policy perspective. I think we've mentioned the executive order that is about to be signed by the president, which allows us to incentivize domestic manufacturing, full procurement, increasing expansion, increasing the coverage of insurance through the NHIA. Those are measures that will be necessary to reduce cost of pharmaceuticals and also improve the affordability, stimulate the industry. This, you just don't come up and do it overnight, but we took time to design those efforts and we begin to roll them out. And again, the industry, the local manufacturer have been struggling and patiently working in Nigeria despite very difficult circumstances. But there are a few actors that are also profiteering because of devaluation, because of other things, the cost of commodities and inflation. Yes, there are those issues, but you cannot also exclude, and we've looked at the numbers, some element of profiteering because the sense is everything is going up. So let's be honest with ourselves. Nigeria has found itself many decades after its independence not producing what it needed in the health sector. For the first time, you have a president who says we'll address it, we'll produce locally, we'll ensure that it's sustainable. We can produce for ourselves and for West Africa and also for the African continent. So for goodness sake, it's a journey that we're on, and we should stick with it and not buy into a narrative that, oh, everything is expensive and people can afford it. It's very difficult. And if you look at 2024 budget, we've got a full procurement provision in terms of our funding, some kind of a subsidy through our facilities, and many of our federal facilities have exemptions. But there are many others that are in the private sector, and the local industry has to produce for them. And the quality of those products have to be good as well. You can have a cheaper item. If you don't regulate it properly, it may be counterfeit. And NAFDAC has been working very hard to ensure that we strengthen the regulation so that our industry also that plays can be able to keep their market share when they do the right things.
Honorable Minister, let's talk about welfare of personnel now. You say that recruitment is ongoing and it will continue to improve. But tell us what exactly the federal government is doing to accede to the demands of the doctors and indeed the other cadres of medical personnel. The stability that we have experienced in the last few months, is it because that their demands have been acceded to? Because we also hear that in some institutions, personnel of federal government-owned institutions are still being owed salary arrears for as long as 21 months in Abia State, for instance. So is there stability in that area, or we shouldn't rest easy? Maybe the resident doctors are going to return again with threats of strikes over demands on comments that haven't been acceded to.
I hope you realize that 21 months ago, it wasn't President Tinubu that was in government. And so some of those issues are legacy issues that have been on for more than 10 years. And we engage very early on, whether it's the resident doctors, whether it's the Nigerian Medical Association, the medical consultants, the joint health unions, the nurses and midwives, to look at those outstanding issues and to start to address them systematically. Some of it is in the Ministry of Health, some is in the salaries, incomes and wages and with labor. As a government, we came together to start to look at how we can address that. And I believe that some of those outstanding issues, which have been more than 10 years in the making, are about to be resolved. There are other areas where professionals have raised issues, whether it's working hours, and we're working with the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria to improve, especially for the junior doctors. The delays in recruitment, for instance, is one of the pain points, and we addressed it. The president excessively acted on it. Why hasn't it been done before? But we are now trying to do that. And overall, as you know, there are many conversations ongoing in terms of wages for all employees. We've got a very diverse sector. The truth of the matter is that the Nigerian health professionals know that President Tinubu appreciates them, and that in any issue that they have raised is attended to, and we're leaning in to see how we can resolve them. And that being on the side of the Nigerian person, all of us as medical professionals, we get more respect. And all our unions understand that. And yes, there are issues that are still outstanding, and we are leaning to resolve them in a constructive manner. So I think that's the spirit that we have in the health sector, and that explains some of the stability that you are seeing that we intend to continue, because the president, as after all, is the champion in the African Union for human resources for health, elected, nominated, appointed by other African Union heads of states. That says something.
All right, Prof, let's talk about geographic inequality, because sometimes what we see when it comes to this universal health coverage and primary health care centers, it's sometimes like lip service. The president promised, it is manifest. I'm going to read a line from the Renewed Hope agenda. It said, mobile local clinics will ensure that no person lives more than 3 kilometers or a 30 minutes walk from primary facility, because it looks like there's a concentration at the urban center. So what expectations should we be having? Because one of the big challenges we have with this government is to say, give us a specific timeline. Honorable Minister, if you can. You have mentioned the fact that you inherited a legacy issue and you're working on it. So with what you're saying in terms of primary health care, given the explanations I've given, how long will it take for us to see rural dwellers being able to go to primary healthcare center to get the medication or the medical services they demand or they need for their own well-being?
Well, some may choose not to listen to or hear what is going on. But the reality is that we have 260 billion naira, not million, billion naira deployed already in all states of the Federation for revitalization of primary health care. Through the International Development Association and through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, resources identified for the states to be able to revitalize, because the primary healthcare centers and the remedy of the states. But federal government mobilized those resources, provided guidelines, and the execution is going to be on the way. And I believe that in the next 9 to 12 months, at least 6,000 of those primary healthcare centers in the states will be revitalized in terms of basic functional equipment. The implementation will be through the states, and the resources have been mobilized. We only urge that the resources be channeled to the intended purposes so that the resources work for Nigerians. The president by himself is not enough or the federal government to solve all the health issues. That's why we signed a compact with the state governors. They agreed, work with us on that, and with our development partners to sort of pull together in one direction to make basic healthcare centers functional. This is long overdue, but we are taking it directly, and I believe that we will be able to do it and deliver for Nigerians on this, and we'll track those as well.
Honorable Minister, let's take full advantage of the time we have with you. It appears that NAFDAC seems to be doing some work in the area of combating fake drugs, but the agency laments poor funding and staff shortage, to man its operations in 36 states of the Federation. What is the federal government doing to ensure that there is recruitment to help NAFDAC in its work to further combat the menace of fake drugs?
So I'm sitting here in this room with the Director General of NAFDAC, and so your question, she's also hearing you on that. We're very mindful of the thousands of employees that NAFDAC has, many of them committed, putting their lives at risk and working extremely hard. There is the issue of skill mix, which we're looking at in terms of having the optimal skill mix, but also some of the other elements that the state task forces have to be activated by the state government to deal with counterfeit and substandard medications. That's also an important element. There's a proposal on the table, and I believe that we're looking at that to see how NAFDAC, in addition to the waiver that they have recently received to recruit professionals, to be as a professional entity, not an entity that every person wants to lobby his cousin, his niece to be employed. And there's much of that going on, even if they're not professionals. And we're resisting that, saying let's professionalize it. It's about the safety of the Nigerian person in terms of the food and in terms of the drugs that they have. And in the professionalization, let's have the competent folks to deal with that. Because if you recruit someone who is not with the right skills, no matter how they want to do it, they don't know what they're looking at. And that's what NAFDAC is now trying to do, and we're leaning on them to ensure that it's done properly. So yes, NAFDAC is recruiting additional staff, and it is also professionalizing itself in terms of the skills mix. And I call on all of us to really depoliticize the recruitment of staff in important professional institutions, because we have many of those, someone who has history degree, for instance, because he's connected and wants to be employed by NAFDAC. Those are the kinds of things that we Nigerians and leaders and the political elite have to be able to say, look, no, let's do something else, but not let put them up in NAFDAC.
All right, Prof. Well, both of us just wanted to ask you the question at the same time because it's an important question. Just as we wrap up, are we seeing a significant increase in the salaries of doctors anytime soon? Just a straight answer, sir.
I think in the context of compensation for workers in Nigeria, we should expect an adjustment.
All right. Thank you so much.
We'll take that answer. It's not categorical.
You didn't give us what we wanted. We wanted numbers, Prof. Maybe they were earning 300. We wanted like maybe 500 or 600,000, maybe.
Well, you asked me expectation, and I believe that all Nigerians, as our economy grows under this president, will have more revenue, and folks in the public sector and private sector will see their household incomes increase. But that's something that we together will have to make it happen. Thank you.
All right, Prof. We'll stay with that answer, but we'll just stay with the answer. I'm not going to say anything. I wanted to say something, but I remember we're totally out of time. Professor Ali Pati, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, thank you so much. Joins us via Zoom from Geneva. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
A lot we wanted to ask him because it's a critical health sector. You understand? It's a critical sector called the health sector.
If we have, doctor to patient ratio still at 1 to over 900, as against the approved 1 to 600, that question is important to ensure that we keep our doctors at home. But we must end this segment at this point and take a break. When we return, the program continues with our colleagues in our Abuja studio. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Yes, indeed. We've got Comrade Festus Osifo here with us. He is the president of Trade Union Congress. Thank you for coming on today. So it's almost as if from the day one, when this government came into being, Labour were already on their toes after that announcement. And so you had to fold your sleeves. And only last week, about this week, this negotiation about the minimum wage has been going back and forth. Nigerians are wondering, where do we go from here? So where are we now with that negotiation with government?
Thank you, Chamberlain. Good evening, Chamberlain, Maokbe, and good evening, Nigerians. The last meeting we held on this was actually 2 days ago. So we had, yesterday actually, we had an engagement with them, and in that engagement, they've offered 60,000 naira as the minimum wage. So we asked them clearly that they should give us a breakdown of how a man, even a single man that is working, probably, we use Abuja. So someone working here, for example, and he lives in Yaya, lives in Lugbe, how will that person get to work? So how much would that person spend on transport? How much will the person spend on food? How much will be the cost on housing? So they should give us a breakdown. Because all the summary that we did, we had a breakdown of what we think will work. Because today, Chamberlain, I was listening to Bismarck Rewanding earlier. You knew where we are today. This is one of the most difficult periods we've faced in Nigeria for a very long time. Today, we could see where our headline inflation is today compared to where we were about a year ago. Today, we could see where the food inflation, for example, is. I love the slide when he brought about the food, the cost of food today. The reality, what is the cost of tomatoes? What is the cost of beans? The cost of rice? So these are all the arguments that we place before government in that meeting. We give them the statistics. This is where we are. We can even go to the market. If you don't believe us, let's go to the market and do these findings. And again, which is much more important, is the value of 60,000 naira. Can you equate the value of 60,000 naira today to what 11,000 naira was in 2011 and to what 30,000 naira was in 2019, clearly is a no. So for us, that 60,000 naira, we rejected it because 60,000 naira is equivalent to $40, and that is a far cry in where we think we should be regarding minimum wage.
So is that 60,000 naira, is that's supposed to be what, basic you can give to anyone?
Everything.
Everything.
So the law that sets minimum wage, if you check the last act of 2019, it said the total money that you earn, so both your allowances, everything will be 60,000 naira. Because during the conversation and during the meeting, federal government did a survey. There was a survey did by the committee, but led by the Minister of Finance. So in that survey, it was clear that some states were not paying minimum wage. And one of those states was actually Anambra State. So when he was confronted, so when they now finally came up, they said, no, but that both salary and allowances is what you will add. When we went to the act, what the act was really talking about was your total pay in a month. So it is not basic salary, but the full emolument.
Is Anambra paying the 30,000 naira now?
No, for us, from what the survey, the findings of the survey, Anambra is one of those states that are not paying minimum wage. But Professor Soludo, the governor of Anambra, disputed that he's paying minimum wage. But from the findings of the data and the survey that was done, it was clearly shown that Anambra State is one of the 5 states or thereabout that are not paying minimum wage as of today.
So the conversation then is, there is now that part of, determining what exactly is desirable, what exactly it is that we believe should be sufficient for the least paid worker, but be it in government or the private sector, and the capacity of those who are supposed to pay this money to pay. If today, 30,000 naira, meager as it is, and in spite of increased revenue allocation to the state government, some states are still not making 30,000 naira available to their least paid workers. What is the guarantee that with what Labour is asking, 497,000 naira, that is going to happen?
Yes, Maokwe, what we have discovered is this, that the states that are not paying minimum wage, it is not because they cannot afford to pay. Because you have some states, if you look at FAC allocation, look at internal generated revenue. So imagine a state like Anambra, imagine a hub like Onitsha, imagine a hub like Inewi. So these are states that literally they should be able to pay. So not that they don't have the resources to pay, but it is the willingness to pay. That is actually the challenge. And just what you have said. Okay, look at a time when President Muhammadu Buhari gave some money to states to pay minimum wage, to pay workers that they were owing. A state like Kogi State, they refused to pay. Few other states refuse to pay. So not that they don't have the resources to pay, but it's actually the willpower to do. Maokwe, if you look at today, look at FAC allocation, just as you have alluded to, it has gone up. So let's assume a state that could not pay, let's say about 2 years ago, today, the FAC allocation has gone up by close to 100%. At the time, they were sharing about 400 to 500 billion naira per month. But today, they share over 1.2 billion naira, over 1.2 trillion naira per month. Yeah. So if you check that, you could see that percentage increment. So why are they not paying? It's just simply because they are not ready to pay. But on the part of Labour, we have resolved that when we arrive at this new minimum wage, any state that refuses to comply to that new minimum wage, we are going to shut them down. And we are very serious about this because they have the ability to pay, just that they don't want to pay.
How quickly do you think that, you'll be able to arrive at this? Because if you're still at 497,000, which we all know is quite steep, and it's not just government you're asking to pay this, it's also going to be affecting the private sector. It's going to affect the ability of a lot of people in the private sector to pay. You listen to Mr. Rewane, who says that that could also see people losing their jobs if Labour is insistent that will be the minimum wage. How quickly do you think that that should come on board, given that we have been at this since last year?
Yeah, we actually started. The committee was inaugurated January 30th. But we have lost a lot of time because we actually said we'll complete this before May 1st. But here we are entering June. But if you remember, when we submitted our charter of demand, it was 615,000. And when I granted interview to your studio, what we said then was that this is a demand. So this is negotiation. As of today, we are in 497,000 naira. Are we going to stay there? That government must pay us 497,000 naira? The answer is a no. The same way, we submitted 615 because when you are negotiating, you must have room to move. You must have headroom to negotiate. We know what we think the right minimum wage should be. And these, like what I have said, Maokbe, when 18,000 naira was negotiated in 2011, the value of 18,000 naira as at then was about $125. So if you take $125 today, just multiply $125 by 1,500, you're going to see that it's somewhere around 200,000 naira. So what we are looking at is not the volume, but what we are looking at is the value. So 60,000 naira today, giving us $40 is a far cry. A country like Angola that has about 1 million civil servants in Angola, they just moved their minimum wage to $120. And Angola is not even the best case when you talk about minimum wage in Africa. You have Libya, you have Seychelles, you have Morocco, and the like that are paying over $300 as a minimum wage. So for us, all we are pushing is that, we reduced from 497 to 494. But are we going to dwell and stay there? The answer is a no. It is a negotiation and a give and take. And you remember, we issue an ultimatum May 1st. And that ultimatum still subsists. That by May 31st, if government refuses to do the needful, then we can no longer guarantee industrial action. And it still subsists because again, we had NEC within this period, and the NEC gave us a charging to ensure that we have a new minimum wage by May 31.
So that's the needful. You must get to that minimum wage. Not that they say, well, you're close to your possible agreement area.
No, we have to agree by May 31st. If we don't agree by May 31st, then from June 1, we can no longer guarantee industrial peace because our members are suffering. Today, Nigerians are suffering.
Exactly.
Workers are suffering.
Exactly. So when I did say that we've been at this since last year, is the fact that the effect of the removal of subsidy had been felt since last year.
Absolutely.
Immediately fuel subsidy was taken away. We started to see the prices of petrol and everything else go up. Even now, electricity, has also shot beyond the roof.
True.
So when you look at how long this has taken, if workers have survived for this long, shouldn't we get to this very quickly?
No, yes, it is. The onus is for government to conclude the conversations and be much more serious. Because
you think they are unserious?
Yes, they are very, very unserious today. Because putting 60,000 naira on the table for us, it shows some smack of unseriousness. If this conversation was taking place when fuel subsidy was still there, if the conversation was taking place in a single-digit inflation environment, if the conversation was taking place when the fundamentals was quite all right, it could have been a bit different. But if you were offering 60,000 naira, say probably April last year, then we could have said, okay, government is doing something reasonable. But offering 60,000 naira for a Nigeria of today, I think it's a smack of unseriousness. And for us in Labour, we will not accept that until government do the needful. Just as I've said, are we fixated on 494,000 naira? The answer is a no. So we know what is right, and we are going to push to get what is right for Nigerians and for our members.
What do you think government can comfortably pay?
It's not in my purview to say what government can comfortably pay, but what is in our purview is what we think we take an average Nigeria home. Like as I have said, we have historical precedents of what the minimum wage has been, both in Naira and dollar equivalent. So when we get to that point, I think we would be able to agree. We think, finally, on the issue of this minimum wage, that the government, as at today, they also know that 60,000 naira will not be able to take any Nigeria home today. They know. We have this communication with them on the table. They understand that. But the charge we are giving to them is that governance is not a tea party. Governance is not you sit down at the end of the month, you collect FAC allocation, you share. No. Governance is much more serious than this. We have the resources in Nigeria that could be turned around to improve the fortunes of this country. It's not just, you throw out policies every day. You look at this administration, when they came on board, they started dishing out policies. But when you are throwing out policies, you must look at the people that the policies are going to affect. How positive and negative it will affect them. Imagine, Chamberlain, we did flotation of Naira. At the same time, we removed fuel subsidy. It was a disaster. You don't do both at the same time. The government, what was the level of consultations that were done? And they even did this when there wasn't substantive CBN. Because if you don't have substantive CBN governors and the executives who could meet, just check how long it took for MPC to meet till they met sometime in February. Almost about 4 or 5 months, they did not meet because CBN was not properly constituted. And you floated a Naira against a CBN that was not properly constituted. And these are the people that could bring out measures, bring out the necessary monetary policies to be able to tame whatsoever effect is going to have. That is why speculators, they have fee day. That is why the bankers, they have fee days. So before you bring about any policy, there must be interrogation. There must be appraisals. You must be able to do a lot of financial simulation to know how such policies are going to affect the macro and the microeconomics of your citizens. Then you know how it will affect their pocket. But this we are never done. Malpe, do you know that if, for example, our Naira was still at 450 to $1, PMS today would have been selling for around 300 Naira per liter. AGO would have been selling for around 400 Naira per liter. So the real cross of it, why things has moved haywire today, it's majorly because of the flotation of Naira. I've listened to people, they talk about both flotation and unification. These are different. The parallel market, as when it was floated in June last year, the parallel market was around 600 Naira plus, about 700 Naira. If you are unifying, you could have brought it to 700. But you floated it without the necessary instrument to guide. So imagine today, we don't still have CBN board or the MPC properly constituted. Imagine when Naira moved to somewhere around 8,000, 7,800. It would have gone into about 3,000 Naira to $1 today. So that was an unforced error on the part of government. When you are bringing any policy, there must be deep consultation and there must be reflection and a lot of financial simulations and modeling for you to arrive at what is actually right. This was lacking last year when they floated Naira.
So would you say, rating the Tinubu administration in the last 1 year, that they haven't really thought through their policies?
True, correct. You could see a lot of inconsistency in their policy, Maokbe. You could see them. You could see our policy somersault. You come today, you bring a policy, tomorrow people shout, you take it back. No, that is not how it should be. This is government. Government should have the resources to sit down and look at all the programs and policies they ought to put in place. We have not seen this. All we have seen is policy somersault, and all we have seen is policy inconsistency. And one of the things that in a same line, at times, before you deploy resources of the people, there should be a lot of debate. Look, for example, the issue of the coastal line. We've had some debates on this in the labor movement. Was that the best thing to have been done today? Do you know that if you channel, what they are putting is about $10 billion, because the minister said about 14 trillion Naira or thereabout. That's about $10 billion. If you sit down and develop a program and deconstruct your power systems, and you look at the north, wind energy, solar energy, this hydro energy, you deconstruct according to the new act that was passed recently that allows states to float their respective. So if you deploy it to energy, you deploy it to power, and Nigeria is able to have even 20 hours power supply. Do you know the contribution of that to the GDP? So these are their building coastal road. Have they done the calculation to know this money that you are deploying, how much is it going to impact your GDP? This money that you are deploying, what are the opportunity costs to it? This must be, there must be debate. Look at all this same client. When you have things like this, you do a lot of public hearing. People come and make contributions, valuable contributions. But it's not, you just pick one contractor, give him the contract, and we are speaking grammar everywhere. So as a nation, we must be serious in how we formulate our policies and in how we spend our money. Because resources are scarce, and we must be able to deploy them to the areas that we unlock our economy, not just to throw money the way we are doing them today in Nigeria.
It's interesting that you say this, because I know that, as someone who has headed Pengason and also now heads TUC, you have spoken in favor of the removal of fuel subsidy, but it appears that this is not how you predicted it was going to happen.
I know. If you are removing fuel, like Pengasan, like we have been consistent over the years, but the challenge that came with this was actually removing fuel subsidy and floating Naira at the same time. Like what I've said, if you have left Naira at 450 for the way it was earlier, then it could have, and you go about deregulating the downstream sector of the oil and gas industry, what would have happened was that PMS would have been standing at about 300 Naira. Nigerians could have afforded it. But the challenge was that you've allowed the Naira to devalue. People have asked, oh no, it is because of the fact that we are import-dependent nation. I've asked a question. See, between the year 2000 and 2015, our dollar devalued by less than 100%. This was about 15 years. Devalued by less than 100%. Were we not importing? What has changed? Were we producing everything here in Nigeria? No. It is because there were effective policies to manage this. Then, when Buhari administration came in, the Naira devalued by over 100% in 8 years. Then this administration, it has moved by over 200 to 300% within 1 year. So it talks about the management. Like what we said, you cannot allow these two things to happen. If you are removed for subsidy, for example, and you have allowed and you have managed the monetary policy in such a way that the Naira did not slide the way it did, what would have happened effectively is that today you could go to some fuel station, you buy 300, you go to the next one, you buy 310. Nigerians would have been able to manage that. But when you allow that flotation to happen, that is really the crux of the matter. So the mistake was that the government shouldn't have allowed that flotation to happen. And they shouldn't have made that announcement without having... it's just like you are going to war and you don't have military. What is going to happen? That was exactly what happened. You were floating Naira and there was no CBN board, there was no MP, there was literally nothing. Emefiele was in jail and there was literally nothing. And that was the root of the problem that we are facing today.
Well, we will still have 3 years because the first quarter of the Tinubu administration, I don't know why I keep saying Buhari, said that for too long. But, you know, we have another 3 years. Mr. Rwani, who is also an economist, he admits that we're currently bleeding. He says, but next year looks better. I mean, if you take a look at the long-term projection, it does appear that things would improve. Is it an optimism you share?
No, Maokwe, I listen to Bismarck Rwani, economic scholar, but a lot of us, we follow this trend as well. So this is the challenge. So next year, you are predicting inflation to be 20%, for example. You know what that is? Currently now, a bag of rice is 80,000 Naira. So if you are saying inflation with 20% next year, what you are saying is year on year, right? So we are in May 2023, a bag of rice 80,000 Naira. So by May 2024, we are in May 2024. May 2025, a bag of rice would now be 16,000, let's say 20% inflation. It will now be 16,000 Naira on top of 80,000 Naira. That will give us 96,000 Naira. So where we are today is, first of all, bad. So even when we are looking at next year, that inflation will slow down, that inflation is going to be on top of this current reality that we have today. So it is not looking good in any way. I wish to quickly say this. You know, one of the challenges that we have faced, which was also faced in Buhari government, you see, when people that is not in government is trying to tell government the truth, most of those, the ministers and those serving the government, they will quickly come in defense. But do you know that majority of these people, after Buhari left, they started telling us the truth. Why can't we speak truth to those that are in power to make them do exactly what is right? I listened to Minister of Aviation and a lot of them, you know, saying that Nigeria Air was fraud. But you were in the Federal Executive Council meeting that passed Nigeria Air. Why can't we interrogate processes before we allow it to go? We should stop this system of doing rent-seeking and just bootlicking political office holders. The ministers, the special advisors, they owe it a duty to always advise those in government, both state, federal and local government, you must advise them and you must tell them the truth. It's not when they leave, you will not start shouting, we could have done this or that. That is not how country develops. We must have statements that we want to tell truth to power.
Labour had a list of demands. It wasn't just about the minimum wage at the time. So what happened to all of those other demands? Because you seem fixated, or at least so far, you're talking hugely about the minimum wage.
Yes. So those demands as well. At a time, if you remember, by sometime January this year, we issued an ultimatum to government because at then they've implemented just 20% of what was in that demand. Top of it was the wage award. So after issue, as at January, they've only paid, out of 6 months, they've only paid 2 months of wage award. So when we issued that ultimatum, they now quickly paid additional 4 months. So as of today, they have paid till February. But all we've told them is that no, we still have March, April, May is just ending now. So this, we consistently remind them. In the meetings we have, all these are the things we champion and we put forward to them. In that communique, they told us that by November, we're going to have CNG buses. But till today, we've not seen any of them. So all these, if you check a lot of communications and a lot of releases that we have done in the past month, you will see the catalogs of what government has not done. And that is part of the challenge that we always have, which we always put to government. Don't sign agreement. After signing agreement, you go to bed, thinking that the agreement will implement itself. So in that agreement, there are a lot of things there that are some partly implemented and a whole lot of them not implemented at all.
Well, over the years, we've seen Labour, at least, get to this stage, make demands of government about minimum wage. They eventually agree on something, they move on. But we see that several states don't even live up to expectation. So what happens this time? Because chances are that we could face that scenario again.
In terms of minimum wage?
Yes.
Yes. So you are very correct. You know, as of today, from the survey carried out by MBS, it was stated that 29 states today are paying not just minimum wage, but the consequential adjustment. So what most of the states are doing is that really there is no employee that is in grade level 1, step 1. That is the employee that should earn that minimum wage. But what they will not do is that when they put... they will just claim, okay, they are paid the minimum wage, but there's no consequential adjustment. They may add 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 across the steps and across the grade. So in reality, it becomes nothing. So the states today that are applying it the way it should be, they are 29. Then some states that are paying minimum wage, but not applying the consequential adjustment, there are about 3 or 4 states. Then those that are not paying at all are about 4 or 5 states. If you check most of these states, there have been a lot of strikes. There have been a lot of pushback. Even the 29, there were, initially it was 16. For us to move it from 16 to 29, there was a lot of industrial actions in those states. There were a lot of strike, a lot of call-out, a lot of disruption. So that was what made them to start paying 29. But today, Zamfara just released a statement that they will start paying 30,000 naira. We said, this is a joke. We are talking about a new minimum wage. Now you are not telling us that you start paying 30,000 at the 11th hour.
Well, Mr. Osifo, we're rounding off now, and something happened today, something very significant. We now have a new national anthem. We're reversing to the old national anthem, and there's been questions around, what has informed it, etc., etc. But this is the situation. Is Labour also going to be reacting to that?
Maupe, I think we should be serious as people and as country. Is national anthem our problem today? Is it because we were not singing the old national anthem that has put Nigeria the difficulty that we have today? These are not important issues as far as we are concerned. The Nigerian government should be much more serious in how to bring people from multidimensional poverty, on how to reduce inflation, on how to reduce interest rate. These are the real things that affect Nigerians, not national anthem. We should be serious about this.
Well, we'll anchor at that point. Comrade Festus Osifo is the president of Trade Union Congress. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much.
We're back in just a moment. Stay on with us.
I'm sure many people will tell you that 1 year is not enough to make a judgment. However, from where we all stand, we know that we are all in a very difficult situation. Nigerians are in various levels of pain, and there are pains that are unintended. But that there is also certain policy decisions that hopefully with time can be amended in order to serve the welfare of ordinary people. Because I believe that the essence of government is to guarantee the welfare and security of ordinary citizens. I believe that the times that we're in now are very, very difficult times, and nobody should be under any illusion. But there are also times for renewal. We just need to commit ourselves to the fact that building a good society takes a lot of time. It's not something that is done in one lifetime. And for me, the most important thing is for us to continue on the building blocks of the things that we think are being done well. My argument has always been that the government needs to very quickly improve the quality of communication so that Nigerians can at least get a sense of how long is it going to be before food is ready.
All right, welcome back. Still taking a look at 1 year on of this administration. Well, several figures have been bandied, several promises have been made. So where are we now? Babajide Ogunsanwo will be giving us some updates in terms of what's going on with some of these figures, these political figures with politicians, Jide.
Chamberlain, it's hard to look at the numbers without smiling. It's hard to look at the numbers without smiling. But sometimes you also look at the numbers and you wear a big frown. What is important tonight is it's 2.5 decades of democracy. It's important to look at three things. The first is to look at the journey so far. It is then important to then also look at where we currently are and what the president has done in the last 1 year, and then to look at finally the numbers. If we take a look at where the journey so far, we remember 1999, that paper was 50 naira. A year after, we see what had happened to President Obasanjo. He had complained about the issues. Look at 2007 when President Yar'Adua came in. We're again similar to what happened in 1999, talking about a bright future. A year into President Yar'Adua, the headlines were nothing to celebrate. Going to 2011, when President Jonathan was elected, again, there were issues and he had asked Nigerians to pray for him. A year after, the headlines, bombings, Jonathan had to cancel Democracy Day ceremony. The APC merger then started. 2015, Abuja agog for Buhari, 2015. High expectations like in 1999, like in 2007 and in 2011. A year after, it was about corruption and the issues. Again, look at how it was a year ago. The headlines, Tinubu takes the oath, and he clearly demanded for quick actions. Yes, he did take quick actions, but where have the quick actions led a lot of Nigerians to today? Here's where we are today. We're talking about fresh cash transfers scheme for 75 million Nigerians, even though the estimates are now pointing to 150 million Nigerians who are classified as poor. In all, what we've seen is year on year, each president comes, we're talking about a new dawn. The question Nigerians are asking is, which of these presidents has at the minimum met expectations? There are two things Nigerians expect. Either you meet expectations or you surpass expectations. And so the challenge is, will Nigerians look at all these headlines, how each president has fared after 1 year in office, and easily answer the question, are expectations being met or are expectations being surpassed? But beyond looking internally, Chamberlain, we also need to look at what the president has tried to do in the last 1 year, especially looking at his foreign trips. And if we take a look at clearly where the president has visited in the last 12 months, starting by what happened when he came in 2023. Here's what you notice. Yes, there were more visits to Europe and the Middle East. We see the trip to UK, France, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, India. So we see a lot of his efforts in 2023 was not within Africa, was more within Europe and the Middle East. Clearly, he went to the United States to attend the UN Congress, but the trip to Guinea-Bissau was for the ECOWAS summit, was not really tied to business. The trip to Benin Republic was again for the 63rd anniversary of Benin. The trip to Kenya was for the African Union Summit. So clearly what we see is that for the second half of the year when he was sworn in, his efforts were more within Europe and this Middle East. But did that change, or has that changed in this year? Here's what you see, and here's what you notice if you take a look at what has happened this year. We see similar trends. Even though he's the president of Nigeria, the president of Africa's largest economy, we still see the president relying less inwards. Yes, a trip to Senegal, but the trip to Senegal was clearly not for business-related or investment-related transactions. His trips this year, the UK, France, Netherlands, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, more related with investments than looking inwards. The trip to Chad was for the inauguration of the Chadian president. The trip to Senegal, again, was for the inauguration of the Senegalese president. And the trip to Ethiopia was to look at other things beyond partnerships. So again, what we see is within this first 1 year, the president has done African trips, but African trips were not essentially about growing African relations. Most of his trips were focused on the United States, United Kingdom, in simple terms, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. That's what we've seen so far. But again, beyond these trips, Maokwe, beyond these trips, what Nigerians are asking is, especially the youths, is that how are they feeling? And one place to find and measure this is to look at what exactly is going on and what are the youths talking about on social media. Here's what you find, and clearly, please follow this. Within the last 1 year, we've measured which of these top 3 aspirants in the 2023 election are conversing and communicating with Nigerians the most on Twitter. We see Peter Obi, as at the election last year, 2,957 tweets. This year, within the last 1 year, he's had the most conversations on Twitter. More than 3,000 tweets coming from his official handle in the last 1 year. The handle of the president prior to now was the candidate official ABAT, less than 200, just about a little over 200 tweets. The handle of the presidency, 1,339 tweets. In summary, what we are saying is Peter Obi currently is tweeting at an average of 8 tweets per day. Atiku in the last 1 year, 317 tweets, higher than the handle of candidate Bola Tinubu that has 201 tweets, and clearly we see the presidency also trying to grow their conversations. But what this shows is clearly Peter Obi, who in the election was declared third, has the most conversations on Twitter. But you might want to ask, why is this important? And it's important for this reason. Let's take a look at what exactly and what are their followers really doing. Now, this is the impact of conversations, which we see that man in the middle seems to be conversing with the youth significantly more based on the results we have on Twitter. What Twitter tells us is within the last 1 year, Peter Obi's following on that social media app, more popularly known as X, has grown by more than 980,000 followers. Even though Alhaji Atiku Abubakar currently still has most of the following compared to the other two individuals in this picture, the president and Peter Obi. Atiku's following 5.1 million in the last 1 year. That has grown by 232,000. Peter Obi's following 4.5 million. However, a lot of that growth has happened in the last 1 year, 983,000 new followers online. And the handle of the president, the handle he used while he was campaigning, official ABAT, has seen a growth of 582,000 followers. So in all, we see that there's one person in the last 1 year, based on those that contested the election and came first, second, and third, one person clearly comes first when we look at the amount of conversation happening with youth online, and we clearly see that result from his following. But beyond what is going online, we need to look at what is going on ground, and that is the elections. We've seen elections happen in Kogi, Imo State, Bayelsa State. Within the next 12 months, we're expecting clearly in September elections in Edo State and elections in Ondo State. But I'd like to quickly talk about one of these states, and that's Ondo State. And that's because this is the first election that will be happening, the first governorship election that will be happening in the southwest region after President Tinubu was sworn in last year. And Ondo's election clearly will be a proxy for what a lot of Southwesterners are feeling. Why is Ondo also important? The governor, who was the former deputy governor, Governor Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, is on the ballot. However, there's some good news and there's some bad news in Ondo. The bad news is that Ondo currently has, based on the report from the National Bureau of Statistics, food inflation rate of 46% as compared to what it was last year. Not only is that rate bordering the governor, that rate is the highest food inflation rate in all of Southwest Nigeria. Bad news. The good news, however, is the governor is working on 3 reforms. The first is he started what is classified by a lot of observers as the largest civil service reform since the state was formed in 1976. He's also currently engaged in a lot of youth entrepreneurial and skill development programs. However, beyond all of this, what he's really relying on to turn the tide in Ondo State is that he's saying that going forward, there will be a lot of collaboration with other southwestern states. But before we get into Ondo, we clearly are waiting to look at what exactly will the politics play out when the governorship election holds in Edo, and that should be on the 21st of September. Mark, here's what most Nigerians are now asking for. What is the future of the APC, and what is the future of governance in the next 1 year? And here's what I want us to quickly focus on and end with. If we take a look at the numbers, is the popularity of the ruling party declining or growing? And clearly focus on these numbers, 2015 to 2019. 2015, when the presidential election happened, the APC scored 84% of total votes cast in the Northwest. That declined to 71% in 2019 and to 40% in 2023. In clear terms, 2023 was the worst performance in the presidential election for the APC. What happened in the Northeast? 2015, the APC scored 78% of total votes cast in the presidential election in 2015. That declined to 71% in 2019 and to 34% in 2023, the worst performance for the ruling party in the Northeast. Look at what happened in the North Central. In 2015, the APC scored 59% of total votes cast. That declined to 39% in 2023. Similar thing, better performance in the Southwest in 2015, 56%, 54%, South-South, 8% compared to 28%. In summary terms, if this were a political campaign, 2023 showed a declining trend and acceptance for the ruling party. So these are the sort of numbers that the ruling party needs to be concerned about. These are the feedback from citizens. However, there's some good news. How much time does the president have?
Well,
Mark, we need to quickly focus on this because I know time is going like this. And here's what it is, and this is why this is important. The 2019 election, INEC announced the calendar for the 2019 election on the 9th of March 2017. For the 2023 election, the calendar was announced on the 28th of April 2021. The expectations, Jeff, Mark Chamberlain, the expectations is for the 2027 election, INEC will announce and release the calendar sometime between March and April next year. So in simple terms, the president's time is going because by the time we stand here next year, the calendar for the 2027 elections will be out. Mark?
Well, quite a lot to, munch on, to mull on, Jide. Thank you so much for that analysis. And it's very significant that you started by telling us where we were in 1999, 25 years ago, when we actually came back to the Fourth Republic and to democracy, as it were. So it's a very good place to start. I mean, the ruling party will certainly have its headache, and that will be their headache. And we'll take the part that is our own headache, which is how well our democracy is doing and how well it is serving us.
But, I think that's a pointer for those politicians in terms of what the people make of their promises. Because all of this is about what the politicians say they're going to do, what they've done, rhetorics, promises. So that's where you see all those figures. They just build from all of those. So there you go. That could just be the figures which they will need moving forward to plan whatever it is that they want to plan. Well, two gentlemen are here with us anyways to weigh in on this subject matter. Professor Jideofor Adibe is of Political Science and International Relations at Nasarawa State University, KEFI. He's also founder of Adonis and Abe Publishers. Sitting beside him is Sani Yabagi, who is a former chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC. Gentlemen, good evening and thank you for coming on today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Let's get your reaction, first of all. From what you've seen, Prof, I'm start with you. The breakdown that Jide did give, what stuck out for you?
Well, the dynamics, there are so many things that you can take away, but none of them can be frozen in time. Because these things there are time and space dimensions when you talk about politics and calculations. Yes, we don't know the impact of this is our own. This is the president, this is the need to, support the president. That's what might come. And it has to play around the side of increasing hunger in the land. If you notice, they say the highest food inflation in Ondo State. I believe we're talking about the Ondo social media and the Ondo. Are we focusing specifically on that?
No, all of them, everything. So let me make it a little easier. I mean, for me, let me start from the very end. Towards the very end, when initially I was looking at the papers. The papers were quite interesting, and then the price differential as each year was going for the same paper and how much it finally cost. He was looking at the Punch newspapers. But let's talk about, I want us to start from the INEC announcement. He was talking about, how much time the president really has. Before INEC makes an announcement, and then we start the next cycle for looking for the next president. What impact do you think that usually has on our democracy and the ability of politicians to be able to deliver on governance, which is what the people have elected them for?
Well, I can tell you, campaign, people are already talking about 2027, even though that not much has happened on the ground. And most of the things you see now will be a combination of propaganda and a combination of things that people will get votes, not necessarily things that will be in the medium term. They will be looking at what you can call low-hanging fruits. So you go down and start a massive road infrastructure project, because these are the things politicians will point out. If you're trying to invest in human capital, say, for example, investing in education, people will say, we haven't seen what you're doing. So the way we think makes politicians to be very short-term oriented. And they've spent 1 year saying, for me, that 1 year has moved forward to the past. Because basically all the things you call reforms are what Babangida tried. And I did research on that structural adjustment. Basically all the IMF World Bank recommendations of the 1990s, the remove subsidies, privatize, and all these things. And none worked. Even in Ghana, where the Bretton Woods institutions sunk in a huge sum of money just to make a success. There was no sub-Saharan African country that is succeeded.
We'll come to that. I want to ask Mr. Yabagi if that is healthy. The fact that this is the focus of politicians, the fact that they now have to start looking for low-hanging fruits and short-term projects, how healthy is that for a democracy that is looking at long-term?
Well, Mokwe, I believe this is to demonstrate the fact that there's a very strong nexus between the economy and politics or democracy, as the case is. See, if you do not get your economy working for the people, whatever you are doing on the side of democracy or in terms of politics, will come to naught. And that's why the issue of the performance of Bola Tinubu in 1 year in the office, and the fact that by next year,
like the gentleman was saying, that INEC will announce the timetable for the elections. So, which means there's a lot of catch-up that this government, party, I mean the party in power, has to do to arrest the decline that they are experiencing since about 3 instances that he gave, where there was about 50% decline, especially in the Northwest and the Northeast, in the votes that the party got. And then that is under a situation that you can even say was better than what we have today, as far as an average Nigerian is concerned. The lot of average Nigerian has not improved. It has worsened. So if at all the politics, is to get the attention and the buy-in of Nigerians, then something has to be done about the economy so that they can see that, yes, there's something in it for us. So I believe that we, the politicians, have a lot to do, especially this government has a lot to do. It came with a lot of expectations, high expectations. People believe that Tinubu, being a Democrat, haven't seen it all, both within, in and outside, government, so people expected that something better, would have happened by now, especially when he started, by touching on the fundamental benefits that goes to the people, meaning issue of subsidy, issue of foreign exchange, unification, and things like that. Those are very, very basic to an average Nigerian.
And all of those matters and more are some of the issues we'll focus on when we return after this break. So stay on with us.
Alright everyone, open your ears, make we talk. Time don't reach to rearrange the sounds to give us small wisdom.